Dealing with the condition itself is not enough.
Dear Mr. Massa, I'm just trying to mind my own business. What's the matter? It's just another day, another black king captured. I'm about to lose my brain, stuck inside this ghetto rapture. I got a lot of smoke. If you want it, you can have it. They want a hat trick, but this is black girl magic. Ain't talking about the kind that'll make you disappear, but I'm talking about the power of the melanin within. Ain't looking for trouble, but I'ma say this one time. I put 2 dukes up if you try to touch mine. We still want justice for Samir and Trayvon. You say you don't see color, but racism ain't blind. They targeting little kids whose skin look just like mine. So I'm paranoid, it's a war zone outside. And I'm a black queen, so if you ask me to step out of my car, you gon' have to snatch me. Cause I ain't going no damn well. Had to spend my whole life living unfair. Ancestors got my back and they right here. You can never understand, it's a nightmare. Living in my black shoes by the black rules. You can keep your handshake, I don't dap coons. The white man to go nuts if he cash you. But you all on his side like a damn fool. Make it make sense.
We are oppressed.
Queen.
We are exploited. We are downtrodden.
Make it make
Queen.
We are
sense.
denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Ahmadiyyah.
So the only way we're going to get some of this
Ahmadiyyah.
oppression and exploitation
Queen.
away from us or aside from us is come together
Queen.
against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your
Ahmadiyyah.
hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin?
Ahmadiyyah.
Parents, pay attention to the books, the school system, even to your little children. Lies mixed with wisdom. His skin too bright, so he was blind to the prison. My skin just right, so I collide with division. You trying to pray to God, but we tired of religion. No savior saving, we got to save our savings. We used to pay miss, how we gon' make the slave rich? But who's to blame, and tell me why you complaining? We need a team effort just to rule the nation. Like a bad relationship, missing communication. We missing moderation. They're trying to get a poison to my population. No reparations. I'm getting tired of Satan.
We are oppressed.
I'm
Queen.
getting tired of waiting.
We are downtrodden.
Queen.
We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Ahmadiyyah.
So the only way we're going to get some of this
Ahmadiyyah.
oppression and exploitation.
Queen.
With this, you're going to have to
Okay, first off, nosies. Everybody's talking about no sound, no sound. I had myself muted on purpose. I was actually on the phone. Y'all didn't see my cell phone? I was talking to Gavin. I was talking to Gavin Rashawn. I told y'all I was going to try to reach out to him. So Gavin may pop in at some point. He's really, really booked up with all these cases in court. Okay, you know, he's a defense attorney. So with that all being said, he's really booked up. He has so many cases. And he said he hasn't even been time to do his own videos. So that all being said, he said he'll try to pop in. But if not, I sent him the link just in case. But if he can't pop in, because I told him we need him to break it all the way down. I can break it down, but he has more legal expertise than me, of course. So with that all being said, if he doesn't be able to break it down, Panther Strike said, sorry, no, that's okay. So Leah said, you know how nosy we are. Yes, I do. I'm equally nosy too. Please pay attention. So that all being said, he says that if he can't pop in, you know, before the live ends today at 5 o'clock, then he'll pop in for the later one. Because listen, guys, just so you know, I'm going to go live again tonight at 9 o'clock to do another breakdown of anything that we missed. I'm going to get more information from my source. I'll go live about that. And then Gavin can pop in then if he wants to. That live is only going to be about 40 minutes, okay? Like it was last night. So with that all being said, we're back. We're back, honey. Is this a Freako or a RICO? Inquiring Minds wants to know. Okay. And I got that from y'all. Y'all came up with that. Y'all are so nefarious. I think above all that drama brought it up first. So let's get ready to get back into it, honey, because this is all crazy. Where is this all going to go? Now, first off, for those of you who missed it, you may just be tuning in. At the end of the day, we've established that Cassie has been caught in some inconsistencies in her testimony from the defense. They've proven that she said certain things that were not true. And also, they said the last thing that we left off with was the fact that she was still dealing with Diddy while she was messing around with the guy that's now her husband, Alex Fine, and that he, in fact, FaceTimed her on a night when she was with Diddy. And he didn't know that she was with Diddy. Now, they asked her if he knew that she was with Diddy, and she said, I don't know what he knew. Now, mind you, Alex is not in the courtroom at this time, I don't believe, because they asked for him to be taken out during this discussion. So they're going to bring him back, and I believe that he might have to testify to this. Okay, so this is all juicy. Mind you, also, my friend Queen Tina Berry, Straight No Chaser with the Queen, she may pop in here also because I sent her the link too. So when she goes to lunch in about an hour, she may pop in for about half an hour or so. Okay, so with that, I'm looking Vince, I am from the UK. Okay, so listen, before we get started, let's have a brief word from my sponsor. Okay, first off, Anita is here. Above all that drama, Panther Strike. Okay, Grave Diggers is back. He said her husband is part of this with her husband. He knows it. You know what? Tina Berry says the same thing. I was just talking to her on the break. She said the same thing. By the way, do you all know what I forgot to do on the break? Eat. I forgot to eat. I only have a few fruit here, some blueberries and a banana. I'm going to try to squeeze that in while y'all are watching a video or something. Okay. So, she was saying the same thing as you, beloved. Okay, so Lillian says, I can't believe I missed the late lives you did last night about Cassie and her SEX cravings. Honey, it was all nefarious, okay? So with that all being said, everybody hit the like button. Please like and share. I love y'all all to life. I'm so glad y'all are back. Queen Shima is here. Okay, Queen Shima said, our bad, dang. That's okay if y'all nosy, and I'm nosy too. Like I tell y'all, I keep telling y'all, hey, I be all up in y'all's business. When y'all have y'all little side convos in the chat, I'll be reading them. Okay, Chosen One says she on the phone, not talking to us. See, Chosen One figured out what it was, okay? Okay, so anyway, Unapologetically Black is here. We the People, Buckhurst DC, Chocolate 313. Okay, DKR, okay. Vince, I am from the UK. All right, my nefarious moderator. Okay, so Tira is here. Lillian X. All right, Yes Son is here. Mel is back. All right, with that all being said, I love y'all to life. Hey, Sandra. Okay, so let's get into it with the people. Above all that drama, nefarious self. Leon said, super freaky. Okay, so anyway, let's have a brief word from my sponsor at 12 Tribes because y'all know the queen has to keep the lights on.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Okay, so with that all been said, don't forget you can purchase 12 Tribes hair oil at Etsy.com. Just look for Lisa Crafts. You can also find it at Walmart.com. It really works amazing for your hair. And also for the men, she also has a beard oil that I'm sure your women are going to love. Okay, so be sure to shop with Lisa Crafts. Okay, and with that all been said, listen, I know I keep telling you all that I'm coming out with my own hairline. I actually am. But at the end of the day, Trump and these tariffs have me on pause for a second. Okay. And not to mention this whole Diddy thing. So I don't have time to even get my stuff together, okay, until this Diddy trial is over. So look forward to it then. Okay, so now that being said, while we're waiting, because they're still not back from court, it was 29 minutes ago, so they have a couple of more minutes left. They usually take about 30 minutes for lunch. Okay, so while we're waiting for that, let's just look at a couple of videos. There's this video that I found with this cute little boy. I thought he was adorable. And this just goes to show how kids are so smart. Okay, now check this clip out.
Do you love more, mama or daddy?
Mom and Daddy.
No, you only get to choose one.
Mom and Daddy.
Okay. Mama goes to Dubai and daddy stays here. Where do you go?
To Dubai.
Oh, so you're going with mama?
No, I never said that.
So why do you want to go to Dubai?
I never been to Dubai.
Oh, so whoever goes there, you'll still go there?
Yeah,
Okay. Daddy goes to Dubai and mama stays here. Where do you go?
I stay here.
You said you want to go to Dubai.
I already been to Dubai.
When?
Earlier, when you asked me.
These kids are too much, okay? These kids are absolutely too much. Never underestimate them, all right? Now, so one of the things that we spoke about before we went to break was the fact that Cassie admitted to threatening Jonathon Oddi. Okay, now she didn't say his name, but I told you all I put the pieces of the puzzle together and connected the dots as per usual. Okay, just remember you heard it here first. At the end of the day, Jonathon Oddi said in the video that I showed you all days ago in his new interview that he did from a Miami jail, he said that he started recording the freak-offs with he and Diddy and Cassie because Cassie had passed out in 2014. He wanted to make sure that he was not charged or even accused of having been responsible for any of it. He did it to protect not only Cassie, but himself as well. Okay, and so then Cassie testified earlier that there was a text message that the defense showed, Estevao showed, and basically Cassie said that a S worker had recorded one of their freak-off sessions, and she found out about it, and she threatened that she would kill him. She said, I'll kill you, and then he'll kill you, talking about Diddy. And so then when she told Diddy about it, Diddy told her he would take care of it, which he did, because he allegedly gave Jonathon Oddi $5 million, according to Jonathon Oddi. And also, if you remember, days ago when I spoke about this, I showed you the NDA with Diddy's and Jonathon Oddi's name on it. It was dated for 2014. So that's clearly who Cassie was talking about, threatened her, or that she threatened. And it's interesting that she said, I'll kill you, and then he'll kill you. So that shows that she also was kind of like Diddy to me. I mean, I'm not saying she's as nefarious as him, but both of them had these tempers. She threatened to kill Jonathon Oddi, and let's not forget about the bar fight that the defense also brought up, or the prosecution actually brought it up, because they knew the defense was going to bring up her violence or whatever that was outside of Diddy, where they brought up that she was in a bar brawl because someone she thought was recording her, and she went over and hit them upside the head. And they said she wanted to kill the person. So, you know, this sounds to me, I wouldn't expect that Cassie would just be walking around on a normal basis saying such things. I think it was due to her rug use with a D. And if we think that it was due to her rug use, the defense is going to say, well, that was also due to Diddy's rug use, why he was violent. That's what they're going to say. So just pay attention. Okay, so all nefarious at the end of the day. Oh, real crazy. And so different things are coming out, different stories, things that, you know, Cassie said something other than what is now being said in these text messages, okay, which is very interesting. All right, so that all been said, let me see if they're back in the courtroom. Nope, 32 minutes ago, and they're still not back yet. But let's just talk about what we've heard thus far from Cassie. This is from CNN. Okay, here's an update. It says, court is back from lunch. The jury's in the courtroom, and the defense will continue its cross-examination of Cassie Ventura. Okay, so they're going to start that back up in a second. Now, here's what they say. In what the judge has urged lawyers to make the final day of Cassie Ventura's testimony, the prosecution's star witness has continued to detail her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs and its effects on her life. Ventura Combs, his ex-girlfriend and one of the accusers in his federal criminal trial, is heavily pregnant, and the defense is trying to wrap up cross-exam on her fourth day of testimony to keep it from extending into next week. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you what they're really trying to do. Now they keep on talking about Cassie can go into labor at any minute. Well, maybe she could, but at the end of the day, she's due in June. Here's the thing though. Even though it's early June, she's due in June. So that being said, what they're really trying to do, in my opinion, is that they want to have the redirect. At the end of the day, they gave the prosecution until the defense. They gave them until 4:30 this evening to cross-examine Cassie, and then at 4:30, when they're done, they're going to take half an hour to redirect. So here's the thing: what they're doing, they want the jury. The last thing on the jurors' minds over the weekend is to be what they get Cassie to say. They don't want the defense to take up the whole day, and then they end up having the jury go home and ponder what was the last thing said by the defense, because we already see how the defense is discrediting Cassie already. Sad to say, but true. So they don't want them thinking about that. They want to change the course. So they want to be the last ones, that are talking to her. Okay, that's just my opinion. Now, with that being said, they say the defense may have been questioning Cassandra Ventura about her mental health treatment to try to cast doubt on her recollection of events to the jury, but it is a slippery slope, according to a former prosecutor. Ventura testified that she went to a treatment center in 2023 when she was seen for post-traumatic stress disorder, or where she was seen for post-traumatic stress disorder related to the trauma she experienced during the course of the relationship that she and Diddy had. So she said she participated in different kinds of therapy, including eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. This is called EMDR, okay, and somatic experiencing. Now, in its cross-examination today, the defense is trying to paint her out as somebody who may not be remembering all the details as they actually occurred. Maybe somebody whose memory isn't all that great. This is what Julie Grant, a court TV anchor and former prosecutor, says, saying that these questions about her treatment go to her credibility, and Combs's attorneys will then be able to argue in closing arguments that the jury cannot rely on her retelling of the events. Now, I want you all to pay attention, because I already told you all this on yesterday. I also told you that when they catch her up in some of these things, some of the things they'll point out and they'll show exhibits and say, well, what about this? What about that? But some of the things that they're catching her in with the inconsistencies, they're not going to say anything until that closing argument. And the closing argument is the meat and potatoes of the case. Whoever makes the best closing argument that's more compelling, heartfelt, passionate, dramatic. This is where the theatrics come out. People, please pay attention. I've been through this myself when I did mock trials in college. With that all being, and it was very exciting. But with that all being said, these are very theatrical. Okay, and so that's really going to be something that hits home to the jury, and that definitely impacts which way they sway. Okay, so now goes on to say that these questions about her treatment go to her credibility. But Grant, it is a slippery slope line of questioning. The defense needs to be careful, really careful what they're doing here, because remember, she's a victim. So on redirect, the prosecution is likely to revisit this testimony and argue, had she not been so brutally traumatized, she wouldn't have had to seek therapy in the first place. Well, I'm going to tell you how the defense can counter that. They are likely going to say, because this is what I would say if I were the defense, I would blame the trauma not on the toxic relationship alone, but more so on the use of the illegal substances. Okay? Those illegal substances led to a lot of the things that happened, but also persistent and consistent drug use can cause trauma, mental fog, not clarity, lack of clarity and different things or whatever. Okay, impacting the memory and all of those things. So that's likely what they're going to say. Okay, just to discount whatever the prosecution will say when they redirect. Now, defense attorney Ana Esteveo greeted Cassie Ventura on the stand and told her the team is almost done with her cross-examination. I like how they're being really nice and polite to Cassie and not just going in and dragging her for filth. Okay, now, so Teeny Garagos Teeny Girl goes on exhibits and redactions. Estevao says, I want to say we're going to finish this cross faster than he thought, probably before the next break. Now, Ignifilo says, may I speak with the government for 1 minute? Judge says, bring the jury back. Wondering what he wants to speak to the government about. Doesn't say as of yet. Okay. Also, here's what they said before the break, apparently, because this is 23 minutes ago. Says AUSA Johnson says, what state of mind is being offered for? The judge says there are portions that are properly admissible. So this needs to be redacted if it is going to be admitted into evidence. For example, in the 5th paragraph, I've been getting my life together. No. That's what the judge says. Then Estevao says we can get that in through other exhibits. The judge says you can redact it right now. Estevao says I'll do it right now. So this is something pertaining probably to Cassie's mental state or something. Okay, so let's just wait and see what is going on, honey. This is all nefarious. Don't you all agree? Whew. Anita Harrell said that same spirit that has Diddy. Yeah, the spirit of those illegal substances, I do believe. Okay. That being said, Yi-Sun says, did you say try a hobby? Mel says she got high almost every day when she was with Diddy. Here's the thing. She got high when she wasn't with Diddy, because let's not forget that she was stealing his rugs with a D. He also would get upset when he found out that she was doing rugs with other people. And he obviously didn't feel it was safe or whatever. And then also, let's also not forget that she was stealing his rugs. And she said out of her own mouth on yesterday that he didn't even know the extent of her rug use. And also she said yesterday that Diddy had told the LA rug dealers not to give her anything, not to sell to her. And they did anyway. Now, here's my thing. There's likely 2 reasons that Diddy didn't want her doing the rugs without him, with her friends or getting it from the rug dealers. Because if she's doing all this sexual stuff with him during these freak offs, and you can tell from the text messages, it's obvious that when she's doing these things, she wants to get freaky deaky. So Diddy's probably like, no, you don't be doing this around other people, because there's no telling what you'll do. There's no telling, you might be out here doing freak offs with other people, just, doing stuff or whatever. So I think that was part of it. But also I think he was concerned that she might take too much or something dangerous could happen. Because remember, he OD'd himself in 2012. And then in 2014, according to Jonathon Oddi, she passed out. Okay. So with that all being said, Chocolate said Cassie is just, I don't want to say that, but Nicole said Cassie's a real life Jezebel. Well, the only thing I can say is that some of the testimony from today and yesterday is just not jiving with what she said to the prosecution for the most part. So I see that some people are changing their stance. I've been reading it all over the internet. Okay, Chocolate 313 said when she got those sores in her mouth, she should have just stopped. Yeah, absolutely. But she kept on going. And even after she claims Diddy raped her in 2018, why do you go to dinner with somebody who just raped you on your living room floor? That's what she said. Okay. She said he raped her on the living room floor. Why would you go out with this man? Agnostic Atheist said, I wonder what Jay-Z and Beyonce are doing. I don't know. Good question. Adrian says, a lot of people are making excuses for Cassie. She can do no wrong because she was groomed because she was on rugs that he got her on. First of all, did he get her on the rugs? Because nobody's ever said that. Nobody established that. Maybe they both got each other on it. People said the same thing. Listen, I want you all to pay attention. People said the same thing about Bobby Brown when he got with Whitney Houston. They said Whitney was never doing rugs. Bobby got her on rugs. But no, Whitney got Bobby on rugs. Okay? Whitney got Bobby on rugs, allegedly, because I remember back in the day, I had this friend. Okay, and this guy actually, what was his name? I think his name was DC. But anyway, DC was Whitney Houston's former bodyguard. He was a tall, dark-skinned brother, like maybe 6'4", very nice looking. And he was telling me that Whitney was on the rugs, Coca-Cola, before Bobby showed up. And then he talked about how they would get into all these fights and how they tear up the hotel rooms. And one time they went somewhere out of the country. I want to say the Bahamas, but I can't really recall. But he said that they literally tore up the hotel room. It was a fiasco, that something happened in there that he's got into it. The whole room was trash and they had to pay for it all. Now, this is really starting to sound like Diddy and Cassie. Who was it that told me on the last broadcast that this sounded like Bobby and Whitney? Because I was thinking Ike and Tina, but this is really giving Bobby and Whitney. Wow, isn't that interesting? And they, like I said, they blamed Bobby because Whitney was the little angel. She was America's sweetheart. She looked all sweet and innocent and wholesome. Little did we know that she was doing more rugs than he was, allegedly. Okay, so that all being said, Marie says, I think Cassie was already experiencing substances. She may have been, because they never did establish when she started taking them exactly. Okay, how do we know she wasn't taking them when she was with Ryan Leslie? Queen. Thank you, Queen. I remember too, Whitney was nothing to play with, honey. You know she wasn't. Okay, crack is whack. Remember she told Diane Sawyer that? Or was it Barbara Walters? That was hilarious. Okay, so Chosen One said, I'm sticking to the facts, the evidence and facts about Cassie. Seems she wasn't a victim at all times, but perpetuated it. That is what it's given. And some people are making excuses for her. You see, this is the thing. Some people are making excuses for her because they feel like Diddy is nefarious. I feel like Diddy's nefarious too. Okay? I feel like Diddy's nefarious too. But that doesn't negate the fact that some of these things are just not adding up with Cassie for me. Okay? They've already established a pattern of her sleeping around with different men, overlapping in between relationships, lying to her now husband about Diddy, lying to Diddy about Kid Cudi, and then Michael B. Jordan, and all of this stuff. And Diddy was lying to her too. He was still dealing with Kim when he had her thinking he wasn't. He was also still dealing with Gina Hunn when he had her thinking he wasn't. And then when she goes out of town to Africa, this is when, hold on, who is this? Hold on, let me get this question right here. Says, lady, you keep on rambling on and on about nothing. You never went to law school like I did. Prove it. All you do is lie, lie, lie. Prove all of us that you actually went to law school. Sir, first of all, I didn't say I went to law school. So that's for number one. Okay. And I don't have to lie to you or anybody, because for what? I don't know you in real life. Thank you very much. Gee whiz. Second of all, and if I did go or didn't, I don't have to prove anything to you, because who are you? You're completely irrelevant. That being said, I said I went to school for criminal justice. That's what I said. Criminal justice. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice, an associate's and a bachelor's. Okay. I have a PhD in public administration. I've never said that I went to law school. Now, the fact that you think I went to law school, idiot, just goes to show that maybe I sound smart enough that that's why you think I went. Okay, so deuces. And let me just send you out with this in mind so that you don't forget who you're talking to.
Funky dog head bitch. How dare you try to tarnish my motherfucking
Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur
reputation, punk motherfucker. Respect the
Royals.
and back off, bitch, before we come get you.
And that's on box. Okay, I'm sorry. How you like those apples? I mean, why are people mad? Okay, because I don't go along with your opinion or your narrative. And he's talking about he's from law school. First of all, does anybody have to go to law school to see the facts and the evidence? I don't think we do. Okay, all we're doing is listening to the facts and the receipts. Nobody has to have a law degree for that, do we? And by the way, if I went to law school and was an attorney myself, I wouldn't have called Gavin and asked him to join us so he can do a thorough legal breakdown, okay, a thorough legal analysis, because I'm doing the best I can. But of course, I told you all on the last live that he has a lot more expertise. Okay, so please miss me with it. And then when these people come out here saying crazy stuff, do they think that they hurt my feelings, honey? I don't know who you are from a can of paints. Okay, clearly you're a troll with that fake picture up there. Okay, now I would have dropped the link and told them to click it, but I know you wouldn't because they never do. All right, now Panther Strike says, Queen, want me to get his arse out of here? Don't worry, honey. You know I know how to get him done. Okay. Now, with that all being said, Coco Marshmallow said loud and wrong. Okay. I mean, I don't know why he's trying to prove me to be a liar, honey. I don't have to lie. This is a channel of truth. We don't lie and we don't paint narratives on here. And the last thing, what I definitely don't do ever is lie about my credentials. Okay. I'm a college professor. I teach criminal justice. Never said I went to law school. Boo-boo. Okay. Thank you. Now, that all being said, let's see if there's any more updates. Let me go to Inner City Press. Okay, still nothing from them. Okay, so we're still waiting. Okay. Marie said, get lost, homie. Okay. Have several seats. Okay, so let's just go to outside the courtroom. Oh, you know what, you guys, there is something I wanted to talk about to you all before we go to the, while we're waiting on the receipts. It's about Shakur Sanders. I want to talk about that. So I'm going to pull that up. And also, I want to talk about Rodney Hinton, the man who's lost his son and then he ran over that officer. Because the black officer who was trying to protect him and got in the elevator with him has come out and said that he was fired, which I find very interesting because why would you fire him? Wasn't he doing his job? So that's very interesting to me. Okay, so that all being said, you all hold tight and I'm going to pull that up because I'm pretty sure I sent this information about Shakur to my email last night. So lights up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance, beloveds. And let me just say this for those of you who are new to this channel, that person, I'm pretty sure, Dr. Doom said, if G Wiz is a lawyer, then I'm a doctor. Okay. And here's the thing. I am a doctor. I'm just not a medical doctor, but I have a PhD in public administration. So that makes me a doctor. Okay. So now why would I need to lie about being a lawyer when I'm a doctor? Please make it all make sense. Okay. Now, but here's the thing. For those of you who are new to this channel, shout out to you. And shout out to the replay gang also. But here's the thing I want to point out. There was a Caucasian man who has been harassing me ever since I came to ScrewTube, sending all kinds of threats, talking about black people in negative lights, calling me a welfare queen. Even though he admits that I'm the smartest, one of the smartest women he's ever seen, he just doesn't like the fact that I point out racism and call it out and wanton supremacy. And he didn't like the fact that I go in about social injustices. And he was constantly reporting my channel to YouTube, false flagging my channel to the point that YouTube took my channel down. But as you can see, I have my channel back. And why is that? Because I had to go to court. And also I called the FBI on him so they could get his IP address. So this person uses different accounts, fake names and all of that. They've been following me for years. So that's probably him. Now, I'm not the only one he was harassing. He was also harassing Phil Scott, Lisa Cabrera. Okay, they've all had encounters with this person. He's nefarious and clearly a racist who hates people who look like me. And especially when we're people that tell the truth and speak the truth to power and call out BS that people who look like him sometimes engage in. It is what it is. Okay. Now, that being said, I hope he's enjoying himself. All right. Now, so let me pull up this video about Shakur. Because Mike Tomlin, let's get into it. Mike Tomlin exposed the Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and why they really didn't want to pick Shakur. Okay. Now, this isn't my video. This is someone else's. Shout out to Browns Football TV. I think that's the name of his channel. I'm going to put an overlay over this, but I really want you all to hear what this former GM of the NFL has to say about all of this, because clearly they were all just, conspiring or colluding against this young man. And I really hate that for Shakur because he's so talented and gifted, such a beautiful soul, in my opinion. And it's just really sad to see people hating on him because they don't like his father. Okay, he doesn't deserve that, and Deion doesn't deserve it. Deion's a whole legend. But here's the thing. I do believe that a lot of these NFL coaches absolutely fear Deion ever coaching in the NFL. Okay, because that would make them look incompetent, as many of them are. And that's just my take on it. Okay, so I'm going to go to this video while we're waiting for more updates. Still nothing yet. Oh, here's one. Hold on. Let me go to this update first. We don't want to miss a thing. Okay, so here's what to know about the next steps in the trial. Before the jury re-entered the courtroom, attorneys for the prosecution and defense discussed a few outstanding evidentiary issues with the judge. In discussing text messages, the defense wants to bring in, during the last bit of Cassie Ventura's cross-exam, attorney Teeny Garrigo says she expects Ventura's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, to testify soon at the trial. This is the lady that Diddy hit with that wooden hanger, who was supposedly doing rugs with Cassie, and Diddy got mad. This is going to get juicy, honey. We're going to hear from Carrie Morgan, okay? Who knew? Now, says that she's supposed to testify soon. Ventura testified that she hasn't spoken to Morgan since their falling out over an incident with Sean Diddy Combs in 2018. When Combs struck her with a wooden hanger. Combs and Ventura both paid Morgan a sum of money over it because she sued, but she sued Cassie, not Diddy. Okay, so they both paid her a sum of money, and the incident was also referenced in Ventura's lawsuit. Now, where does the trial stand, or what thing stands in the trial? I don't know. This is a typo clearly. Okay, but anyway, it says the prosecution is currently presenting its case and evidence. The defense will then allow and present its evidence. The prosecution noted yesterday in court that its next two witnesses will be Don Richard and Yasin Binda, but didn't specify who would go first. Who is Yasin Binda? Anyone know who that is? I can only wait to see. Both the prosecution and defense have said they slimmed down what they have left to do with Ventura, and there's a chance another witness gets started today. All right, well, honey, here we go. Let's get it in. Okay, so more witnesses coming in today. Okay, so let's listen to this about Shakur Sanders, honey. Y'all know me. Listen, and we got to talk about Trump too at some point. Okay, and got to try to squeeze in Trump because Trump's out here doing all this nefarious stuff, and y'all know I love going in on him with his foolishness. So we're going to talk about him too, probably at some point if we have time. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Likes up, everyone. Please like and share. Here we go. Okay, so let me get my overlay. And for you guys who keep up with sports, follow this guy's channel because he's got some good commentary. There's a couple of other guys that I follow. One of them is John Liquidated something. What is his name? John the Liquidator. And then, of course, I Smoke Hip Hop. That's my favorite. He goes in hard in the paint for Shakur, just like I do. Okay, so those are some good people to follow if you are into sports reports and things like that. Okay, I report on sports sometimes, but they report on it on a regular. Okay, so let's get into it.
Once again, we got a wild video. The news just doesn't stop, man. I'm telling you, what's done in the dark will come to light. Now let's get right to it with me, Reese Will, next. Shakur Sanders betrayed by the Steelers. The truth comes out. Now we got First Take, Stephen A. and Ryan Clark. And they talking about Mike Tomlin, and some news came out, breaking news. Let's check it out.
I think there needs to be an investigation as to why they didn't draft a quarterback. How you don't draft a Shakur Sanders? How you don't do that, knowing how debilitated you are at the quarterback position, spanning years? I'm not saying you didn't draft a quarterback at all. I know they drafted a quarterback, but I'm talking about Shakur Sanders.
You can
I'm talking about somebody early in the first two rounds.
Here's what I can tell you about the draft. If he would have fallen to the 7th round,
right,
the Steelers weren't drafting Shakur Sanders.
Why?
Shakur Sanders was not going to be picked by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whatever the evaluation was, whatever decision was made, he was not going to be the quarterback picked, drafted, called by Mike Tomlin.
Because of talent, or because of the hoopla they felt like that came with it?
That's breaking news.
That was not going to
That's breaking news.
That's breaking news. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ryan Clark just came out and said, hey, it don't make no difference what round. It could have been the 100th round. He was not getting drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And to me, that sounds like point blank period. The owners, the GM, I don't know, probably was Mike Tomlin. I don't know, but they sure put a front up there, man, when they was talking, when they asked Mike Tomlin in that press conference. Oh my God, let's listen to it.
And here's why. Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan was seen talking about Shedeur Sanders. They interviewed him, etc. This is when we were speculating whether or not he was going to be a first round.
Mm-hmm.
How in God's name do you justify him going to the 5th round? Like, to say even if he went to the 7th round, then what the hell were you talking about him for? What did you waste your time? You interviewing 7th rounders? You giving them that kind of time, that kind of attention? That's just further evidence, something other than football.
Great point. You interviewing first rounders, you got people, some of these teams visiting over and over again, GMs, coaches, coming to pro days, and the owners were coming, multiple owners. Man, this was crazy, breaking.
Tainted Shedeur Sanders coming into that draft. Because there's no excuse for him to fall that low. And there's no reason why on earth why a franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers, who's been starving to find a quarterback for years, Ryan Clark could come up here and say, even if it was the 7th round, they still wouldn't have picked him. That makes no football sense.
Listen, a lot of things don't make sense to me. But what I'm telling you is, as the 83rd pick was approaching,
Look at Ryan Clark's face. He trying all he can to not just flat out just tell you what it is.
My mind, my dumb football analyst mind said, there is no way they don't pick him at 83. There is no way that this guy who has a 1st round grade for many people, at the lowest, a 2nd round grade based on potential athleticism and talent and what he can do at the quarterback position, doesn't get picked at 83 by
Mel Kiper Jr. had him picked the #1 quarterback.
Want to know how Tom, Mike, and Luke went from feeling stiff, sore, and injured every day to doing things like this?
Period. His #1 quarterback.
A team that's starved to have a quarterback. That you are figuring if you're going to get Aaron Rodgers or you're going to play with somebody else, you at least have a year to develop this kid who seems to have all of the things that make certain pocket quarterbacks great.
But could the Aaron Rodgers factors be a reason why they didn't pick a quarterback? You don't think that looms laws over
the only thing I could say is that they knew they didn't want to do anything in this draft that would deter him from picking them. And I would have to believe having a Shedeur Sanders in the building with the push that is going to be given by fans for him to play, with the push that's going to be given by outside voices, that Shedeur Sanders needs to have growth. I don't think Aaron Rodgers wanted to be the 2nd most famous quarterback in a room.
Oh man, that's crazy. Unbelievable, man. This is what it is. Wow, this is crazy.
This is absolutely crazy. Justin Lockstone, I want to thank you for your kind words, beloved. He said, forget about the troll. We love you. And I love you all right, Black. Okay, I love you all. And I appreciate you. This is all real crazy, but guess what, guys? Y'all gonna hear something real crazy after this. Okay, so stay tuned. Willie D did a video, and I'm gonna let y'all listen to it because what he said is shocking. And it's about Cassie and Diddy. Okay, so let's finish this up so we can hear this. Shout out to Willie D.
Not even the 7th round. It was definitely the ownership, plain and clear. They were told, Tomlin was told not to take him, and that's what it was. I don't know if Tomlin was a part of it or what, but it looked like it. They were told not to take him no matter what. Now people think they're using Tomlin as a scapegoat, but I think he maybe should have told Prime that, hey man, we're not taking him at all. You know, just what it is. I guess maybe he didn't feel like he owed Prime that. What you guys think? You think he should have told Prime if he knew, or he don't owe him that? The Steelers, man, another one of those teams that should, that Shedeur going to check right off the list. it's time to expose these people, man, for the hate. The hate is real. You know, when he said, I've known his father for a long time, he sat there and watched him drop round after round. All of them watched him drop round after round. And I'm a Browns fan, and I'm ecstatic, man, because my Cleveland Browns are gonna reap the benefits of it, man. If he'd have went to the Steelers, and you know, Steelers always, everything they do seem like it always turn out good, man. But if he'd have went to the Steelers, that would have hurt. That would have been terrible. Teams, man, these teams, they didn't want the people saying that they didn't want the attention or something. But I'm telling you, the Browns was built for this attention. That's all we do, man. We done had the attention from Deshaun, Baker, Johnny Manziel.
I want you all to pay attention. So the bottom line is they're hating on Shakur because, like I said, they don't like Deion Sanders. And they felt like Deion needed to be put in check and put in his place because Deion dared to say the exact same thing that Archie Manning said about his son Eli, that he was going to dictate what team he went and played for, okay? And he did just that. But when Deion came out and said, oh, you know, I might pull an Archie Manning and say where my son's going to go to this team or they're not going to go to that team, well, they were like, oh, okay, no, you're not. So, all interesting. But let me just tell you all something. I want you all to listen to this. It's from Willie D. Again, shout out to Willie D. I'm going to play the audio. Willie D says that Cassie, wait for it, says that Cassie named her daughter after a name that Diddy used as an alias when they would go to the hotels and stuff. Remember I told you all that Diddy would use the names Frank Black and Frank White? And I said, Frank White, that's Biggie's nickname for himself when he called himself the King of New York. And from that movie, right? But Cassie was Jackie Starr. So Willie D says she named one of her daughters by Alex Sign after that name that Diddy was using. So let's get into it. Y'all, this is getting more and more interesting.
I just think straight out the gate is not as innocent as she appears. Fact, this woman named her daughter after the man who she claims terrorized her. After she left him, she had a baby with another guy who she married and named her daughter after a name that this abuser used to check into hotels and for other anonymous dealings. I don't know, Farrah, maybe it's just me, but I just think that you would try to distance yourself as much as possible from someone like that. Every day she calls her daughter's name, she has to be reminded of Diddy. I thought she had moved on. If she had moved on, why is she naming her daughter Frankie when Diddy goes by Frank Black? That's one of the names that he uses to move around when he don't want people knowing who he is. Frank Black. She names her daughter Frankie Stone Fine. If you say I'm reaching, you're reaching. Y'all know damn well she wasn't supposed to name her daughter anything that starts with an F. Yeah, anything starts with an S. No. I'm not convinced she was in fear of her life. I think she did get some beatings, but I don't think she ever feared for her life. Exhibit F.
Wow.
Cassie threatened Diddy's life. Yeah, Diddy allegedly had a video of her having sex with somebody, and he wouldn't produce it to her. So she kept asking about it and asking about it. So finally she threatened him. She said, if you don't show it to me, I am going to kill you and chop you up.
What?
Well, she said, cut you up. And then later she said something about, well, I wouldn't do it. I'd have somebody to do it to you. Come on, fam.
She told Diddy that?
You played my life, I played.
Are y'all hearing this? What? Say what now? Is he serious? She threatened to have somebody kill Diddy and chop him up? I've never heard anything about this. How about y'all? Have you guys heard anything about this? This is crazy. What is really going on here? So Cassie goes for bad, Sandra? Cassie might be the female version of Diddy. That's what it's sounding like. Like they're both mobsters. Who are they? Bonnie and Clyde? I think they were Bonnie and Clyde. That's what it sounded like. Leon said birds of a feather. This is all nefarious. I'm the boss here said, I wonder, did Cassie do something to Kim, wanted to be the only girl or final girl? I don't know, but I'm having a whole lot of questions now. What is going on here? Eventually said, that's what I was saying, Queen, from the comment I left earlier. Really? That's what you were talking about, beloved? Wow. This I am from the UK said the plot thickens and takes another twist. Okay? This is all crazy. My God, I don't know where this is going, but I don't want to be on this ride anymore. Okay, stop this planet. I want to get off. Lisa says, Queen, I heard about it, and she's not a victim. I literally never heard this. The Delano said, sounds like learned behavior. Even if it is, it's still nefarious. That doesn't negate the fact that she said it. Supposedly, you don't threaten somebody's life, and you're talking about learned behavior. Isn't all of our behavior learned? We learn to have manners, to speak respectfully. We learn to ask for things rather than taking things. We learn to be cordial. So learned behavior is no excuse for nefariousness, beloved, if that's what you're trying to say. At the end of the day, everything we do just about is learned behavior. Some things are inherent to us because we inherited those things that were passed down, generational traits or whatever, or through our genes and DNA. But most of our behaviors are learned behavior. So that makes no sense. I mean, as if that's pointing out something that's not already obvious. Okay? This is real crazy to me. This is real crazy. I think tonight I'm going to pull out my astrology and my numerology and do a reading on both Cassie and Diddy, because I need to see what in the hell's going on here, because this is all getting real crazy. This is taking a lot of twists and turns. This is clearly not what I was expecting to be talking about. Okay, prosecution, where are you at? That Crazy Beach area says they are karmic devils. They feed off of each other. I absolutely believe it. I mean, like, did they know each other in a different lifetime or something? This is all crazy. Panther Strike says, Queen, she didn't learn to be anything. She adopted it, and this chick is a psychopath. Well, this is all crazy. This is all crazy. Greta says Cassie is testifying for the defense or the prosecution. The lines are being blurred on this case. Yeah, the lines are being blurred. And I'm wondering, now that we know that she allegedly named her daughter after Diddy, do y'all think that maybe she's trying to help Diddy's case? I'm just wondering. Is she trying to throw a dog a bone? Because does she want Diddy to go down for life? This is all crazy. I don't think Cassie anticipated any of this happening. I think she just wanted her darn money. I think that Alex is the one who put her up to suing Diddy in the first place. And I think that she just wanted her money and to move on. But now all this stuff has snowballed into a whole avalanche of nefariousness. Okay, Dreamer said she don't like Alex. You can't tell she still would be with Puff. I'm starting to think so. I'm starting to think so. DJ Big Six says, I believe Cassie is and was obsessed with Diddy. Okay, this is all just, I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just so annoyed. This I am for the UK says that's a possibility, Queen, as the lines are very blurry now. It is. We don't know what to think. Dr. Doom said the Diddler is the Joker and Cassie is Harley Quinn. Honey, it's given Gotham City for sure. Okay. Oh, I'm the boss here said this will all backfire. Should we bow our heads for a moment of silence? What is really going on? Jamal says these lines are definitely getting blurrier and blurrier. Jay McClinton says, I'm shocked by what I'm hearing. I am too. Miss Bryant said, this is pure madness. Y'all, please pack my bags. I told you guys, if Diddy gets off, I have to move to Costa Rica due to all the nefarious things that I've said and alleged about Diddy. Okay, I don't want any smoke. I'm not Cassie. I don't have anybody that can murk somebody and chop them up. I'm going to be on the run. How about y'all? Okay. Hansel says Tisa's new video said Cassie lied about the 2018 grape. That's what I was telling y'all. Okay. Now, normally I'd go in for somebody putting people's names in my chat, specifically Tisa's, because me and her haven't been getting along. But I'm just going to let bygones be bygones. I'm trying to be a better me. Okay. But so thank you for that tidbit of information. But yes, that's exactly what I was telling y'all. I said, please don't tell me she lied about the 2018 grape. Being like a whole Karen. Okay, because you don't want Alex to find out what really went down. Oh, this is not good. That crazy bitch Eric said, not wig 3. $100 Black Rogue says, I love you the mostest. Thank you, beloved. And I love you too. And thank you for your kind words and your contributions to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Jamal said, you and Tisa most definitely need to debate because y'all are lead correspondents on this. Thank you. Okay, so that all being said, yeah, like I said, I'm going to stop saying negative things about Tisa. I just got all mad and butthurt when she was saying things about me, and I just took it too far because I'm petty as hell. So now I'm just going to let it all go. Today is a new year, or this is a new year, right? So I'm going to try to be a better Pisces. You know, us Pisces are so nefarious, okay? I actually think she's a lovely young lady and smart and all of that. She just was getting on my nerves sometimes when I felt like she was using my talking points. But I'm going to stop going in, okay? So Trayvon says, I'm going to jump in the shower, wash rag included. Trayvon, I'm so sorry, but that's TMI, beloved. And why did you need to tell us wash rag included? I am so through. Okay, I am totally through at this point. Chocolate 313 said Tisa be lying. Okay, Hansel said the defense brought up the lies in court. Yes. I'm the boss here said, child, y'all get them snacks. I know. Jay McClin said Tisa seems crazy to me. Okay, listen, y'all stop saying stuff about Tisa. Didn't I say I'm trying to turn over a new leaf? And I want to be all about love and positivity. And shout out, because Tisa's boots on the ground. Shout out to also Armand Wiggins, whose boots on the ground. They're out there doing the damn thing. That y'all, let's be nice. I started this mess. Queen Sam says, F them wigs. Oh my God, y'all are terrible. I've clearly created a monster. Trayvon said, I love you, Queen Ahmadiyyah. And I love you too, beloved. Adrian said, Queen, Wig may be a nice person, but she's not on your level. Okay, here's the thing. I just don't want to be having YouTube beefs unnecessarily. We're all on here trying to make our money and do our, work or whatever. I can barely make my money because they have me shadow banned, but nonetheless, it is what it is. Okay, so I just don't want to be beefing with people. We have too many other things going on in the world at the end of the day. Just Anticipate said, y'all are a mess. Aren't they though? Queen Sam says, I was catching up on the replay game. Queen, you're bringing all the receipts. Thank you, beloved. I try. Okay, so with that all being said, Tanya said, it's funny she's mentioned her channel was in my YouTube feed. I tapped, not interested. Okay. That Crazy Beach Era said, facts though, Queen. Vince I am said, hashtag buy all wigs or else on box. Okay, listen, speaking of on box, Vince, you love that phrase. I think I'm going to put that on some of my t-shirts. Hashtag on box, because that's one of our little sayings for those of you who are new. Marvel Max said, you have created a monster. LOL, you are great. Clearly I have, beloved. I have to take the credit. I am so nefarious, and I've made my chat nefarious, okay? But listen, I love y'all. Y'all give me my life. I love coming on here. I love y'all's crazy comments. I love when y'all go in on me. Now, mind you, the people that are trolling, I'm not talking about them, okay? RK said, you might as well be nice because you're on your way to Costa Rica. Yes, I am. If Diddy walks out of that damn courtroom and gets off, I'm out of here on first flight. Y'all think this is a game? I am so serious. But anyway, listen, let's go to another video. Hold on. Let me see if we have any more updates real quick. Now, if we don't, we'll go to this other video. Okay, Inner City Press has nothing new. They last posted 46 minutes ago. So let's go to CNN. And shout out to Willie D again for giving us that tidbit of information, because I didn't know that her daughter's name was Frankie. Don't y'all find that interesting, though? That's got to be more than a coincidence, because here's the thing. I wouldn't want my child, any of them, to be named anything that sounds remotely like Diddy's name or any name that he ever used. Jay McClendon said, I like Willie D. I like Willie D too. Okay, Shoshana said, I think you give fair and impartial criticism. Thank you, beloved. I try. Vince I Am said, the Queen of Receipts has full responsibility and accountability for creating the most nefarious chat on ScrewTube. Okay, so let me see what we have here, beloveds. Nope, nothing new on here. That last they posted was 28 minutes ago. Okay, so we'll just keep waiting. All right. With that all being said, let's go to this Shakur video. I'm going to share the screen. Likes up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. This is him right here. His name is John the Liquidator 2.0. Okay, so like I said, for those of you who like sports commentary on a regular, you be sure to follow these guys. The other young man's name was Cleveland Browns News. I think that was it. So you all can follow him, and also this guy, and also I Smoke Hip Hop. That's my favorite one of all. Okay, so TFL says, why shadow banned? What a business, Your Highness. Well, you know, they shadow banned me. I'm going to tell y'all how it all started. They first shadow banned me prior to the pandemic because I had dreams. For those of you who are new to the channel, I'm prophetic. I dream things that come true. Sometimes I have premonitions. I just know things or whatever. And I'm very much so into spirituality. And I've had this gift since I was a kid. I think we all have spiritual gifts, but some of us are just not tapped in. But here's the thing. I actually predicted in 2020 that there were 2 assassinations on Trump, 2 attempts. Well, it turned out that they were attempts. Now, in my dreams, I actually thought they took Trump out, but I dreamt it twice. And then I said back then, 5 years ago, that the Secret Service was involved. So then here we had 2 attempts on Trump, and then they said the Secret Service was involved, and the Secret Service director stepped down, resigned. So that came to be true. There was a time when I talked about how I had predicted 9/11 before it even happened when I was much younger, and then I had actually called the Federal Aviation Administration. And my best friend just happened to be in the chat that day, and she confirmed it. Because I was at her house when I called them. And I told her to call her mom and dad who live in Sparta, Georgia, to see if we could come and stay with them, because I said America's about to be attacked. Now, mind you, I thought that the attack was going to be in Atlanta, so not New York. That's the only thing I had wrong. I also predicted the Olympic Park bombing. Okay, my uncle, who's a retired special agent for the GBI, I told him that back then. And he said, don't you dare tell anyone else this, because if it happens, the feds might think you had something to do with it. But I did predict that back then. That's why I didn't go to the Olympics. And also, I said the person who would do it, their name would be, their initials were ER. Okay, so there's a lot of things that I predicted. But here's the thing. During the pandemic, or before the pandemic, for those of you who remember my day ones, I was talking about the pandemic was coming, because I had a dream that I opened my front door and 2 snakes slithered in. One snake was the color of a Caucasian person's skin, and the other was the color of a Black person's skin. And they were intertwined like the medical symbol. Okay. And so I said, I think there's going to be a medical emergency, like a virus or something coming. And I talked about that. I'm not going to say the whole thing with all I said, because I don't want to get any more trouble. But I said some things, and I said that they're going to have something for people to do, some venom. Okay, they were going to give people this venom, and I said some things about it that I probably shouldn't have said, and so that's what happened. Okay, that's how I got to the point that I'm shadow banned, beloveds. It's telling too much truth. Okay, so now with that all being said, let's go to this video.
This is your boy John, a Liquidator, coming back with breaking news hot off the press. So it looked like one NFL GM might know why Shedeur Sanders dropped so low, but we should have nothing to worry about. Guys, for this one here, we got to go all the way up to Cleveland. Let's get it. Let's go.
Moderators, if one of you could be so kind, thank you, Tara, for asking, beloved. Moderators, if you could please be so kind as to drop the link to the spiritual channel, I would really appreciate you. Thank you. Also, beloveds, listen, for everybody that's a member on this channel, please, whatever you do, don't forget that tomorrow is Saturday, and I'm going to be doing a review for members only of the movie Sinners. And I'm doing it for members only because I don't want any give up any spoiler alerts to people who don't want, you know, who haven't seen the movie or whatever. And so for anybody that wants to see that and you don't mind the spoiler alerts, I'm going to be doing that for members only. So if you're a member of the channel, make sure you tune in tomorrow, because that's what we're going to be doing for members only. Okay, and then I'll do a regular broadcast. So thank God the weekend's here. So now I can take a break from the Diddy stuff and I can get into the nefarious things that Trump's up to and all these other things we need to talk about. Okay, so with that all being said, let me start this video. I'm going to fast forward a little bit from his intro.
About certain teams not selecting Shedeur, and people were starting to say, you know what, this could possibly be a good thing rather than a negative thing. Now, we know a lot of fans is mad about him not getting drafted in the first and second round, even me. I can't even lie. I'm one of them ones, bro. But at the end of the day, Shedeur Sanders is still in the league. Now, granted, it's messed up that he got to go through what he's going through, but at the end of the day, I got faith in him, and I believe he's going to be starting game one. With all that being said, an NFL GM spoke with Pac-Man Jones, who's very close to Coach Prime and his family recently, about the Shedeur Sanders situation and how he feel about everything. Let's head on over to X and check out this video.
Some of the best and worst quarterbacks in the last 20, 30 years. So my question for you, you know where this is going. You know, before the draft, you know, everybody heard Shedeur Sanders, first round pick, has the talent, all this stuff, drops to the 5th round. In your professional, experienced opinion, why do you think he fell so far?
And what was your grade? And what was your grade on him too? I want to know that. What was your grade on him?
I gave him a first. I think he'll be the best quarterback out of this draft.
Woo!
When it's all said and done. When his career's said and done, he'll be the best quarterback taken in this draft.
Now, this is coming from an NFL GM, former GM, bro. He stated, Shedeur Sanders will end up being the best quarterback out of this draft. No disrespect to Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, and all of the fellas that came out of this draft, even Jalen Monroe. Guys, I'm here to tell you, we already knew this, bro. We already knew this, dog. With the exception of Cam, because Cam Ward is like that. I can't just not speak on Cam Ward, not.
Let me pause this for just a second, beloveds. Still no updates. I literally just checked, but let me go to a couple of comments. Vince I Am said, I remember the Queen's predictions and they've all come true, all of them. Thank you, beloved. They actually have. Okay, I even predicted Kobe Bryant passing away. Now, at the time, people thought I was crazy. Okay, so Rena says, what does dreaming of a big blue snake, like a big snake like a python, but it was colored bright electric blue? Well, dreaming of snakes is usually a sign of an enemy or something nefarious that's going to happen. But dreaming of a bright blue snake is something about emotional tranquility. Okay, that's what that usually represents. Okay, from my research. Now, mind you all, because I do study dream interpretation and all that, I've studied that for years. And so that's basically what that is indicative of, emotional tranquility. Okay, so now I'm going to start this. And thank you, Rena, for your question, beloved. Okay, so let's get back into it.
Being like that because he can ball, bro. Like he really can. He legit got a solid arm, and he's definitely an NFL caliber quarterback. When it comes to him and Shedeur, that's going to be interesting to see them battle it out in the big leagues now. And yeah, man. Other with the reception of Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders is like the best quarterback, bro. I just gotta keep it real.
We did the same thing in Seattle with Russell Wilson. You know, everybody's like, he's too short. He's this, that, and that. Fuck, we went back-to-back Super Bowls. Won one, lost one, but whatever. But, you know, I think, and I hate to say this because I don't know his father personally. I really don't. But I think the shit show to come with him from the standpoint of media, and Cleveland's going to get it. I mean, why would they draft the quarterback in the 3rd and wait for Shakur to the 5th? You know, because Shakur, I've seen
because
Shakur
they have a horrible fucking GM. That's why.
It's the first time someone publicly attacked the GM. Shout out to Pac-Man Jones, man. Dude was rhetorical in getting both of these quarterbacks like that, man. Like, it just looked bad, bro. It just looks bad.
Well,
you fucking suck.
About that.
But
I'm just saying.
I'm going to say nose guard, 5th round pick. I mean, 5th pick over. Oh my God! Don't get me started. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, I think Shakur, honestly, and I've done a lot of quarterbacks in my career, and no one's ever 100% accurate. It's not an exact science. That's why there's so many busts. But I'm telling you, Shakur, I saw him. I was on the sideline watching the game in person, and he jumped Travis Hunter's ass like you wouldn't believe. He had his finger in his face and says, "Don't you ever throw your arms up in the air like that again. If I miss a throw, I miss a throw." And Travis Hunter bowed down to him. That kind of shows what kind of leadership he has.
Wow.
He has enough respect and enough toughness and competitiveness to do that. And I'm like, wow, this guy is pretty freaking cool. You know, and I get it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go finish. Go ahead, finish. My bad.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, just watch his response. And Pac-Man, you know this. Watch his response every time he came out the field and how he got with the offensive linemen, how he got with the running backs, how he got with the receivers. And he just ran the show. He ran the complete show. And, you know, he's not as athletic as his father, of course. No one really is. But he has the demeanor to be an NFL football player. And I'm telling you, you wait and see. I can't tell you that, but in my opinion, that he will be the best quarterback out of this draft when it's all said and done.
Shout out to this GM right here, man. Now, there is another clip as well that I wanted to show you guys here. Shout out to Dalvin the Truth, too.
Okay, so that's someone who's giving Shakur his credit and being fair. And this man is a former GM. So shout out to him for keeping it real and not being a whole hater. Like, this whole thing is just crazy. Let this young man be great and do what he's here to do. He just wants to play football. And he is very much so a humble person. They keep saying he's arrogant. He went to the school, spoke to the kids, inspired them and all of that. I actually watched his video the other day. I had never watched it. It popped up in my feed, and I guess because I'm always watching stuff about him, and so that video popped up, and I was looking at the video, and I was like, you know, it just goes to show that he loves the kids at the end of the day, and they really need to stop hating on him. Okay, now before we start back to the video, I also wanted to tell Rena that you talked about the blue snake. Now, context, okay, the color blue is a very calming color. That's why a blue snake in a dream, like a bright blue snake specifically, would be indicative of emotional healing and tranquility, peace and calmness. But for more context, you have to think about the snake's behavior in the dream. Like, was the snake attacking? Was the snake just sitting there calmly? Different things like that. Okay, so that can give you more context to it. Okay, so I hope that answered your question. And for those of you who know, we talk a lot about dreams and manifestations and all those things on the spiritual channel. That's really my favorite channel. Too bad it doesn't grow so much because ScrewTube has me shadow banned on all my channels. So that's how that goes. But nonetheless, okay, let's listen to the rest of this while I dig to see if we have any more updates. Okay, so far, nothing from Inner City Press. They posted 59 minutes ago, almost an hour. And then let me see what CNN has here. And I'll go ahead and start this back.
He's the one where I'm finding this clip at over on Twitter. If you guys have not followed him, be sure to give my brother a follow, man. He had another clip here that kind of stood out to me, talking about the who's going to actually make the team, who's not going to make the team. Hopefully I can find it. I might have passed it up already. But just like this GM said, so George Sanders is going to be the best quarterback in this class, man. And for whatever reason he went late, so be it. You know, that's for us to deal with now. But I'm telling you right now, those teams that passed up on Shador, they better be ready to battle each and every time they see him on the field, bro.
I think they're going to regret it when he starts whipping their arse, okay? Because I definitely think he's going to be starting. And I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to be watching every game, okay? I love football, okay? For those of you who don't know, the Queen played football in high school. I played powder puff, and I was the quarterback. And my favorite play was the quarterback sneak, okay? So let's talk about it. And the reason I wanted to play football, to be honest, is because my boyfriend was like the star of the high school football team, okay? With that all being said, shout out to Mike Gray if you're listening. Okay, that's him. Okay, so that all being said, let's get into these updates because here goes a few. Okay, so the last one that I read, hold on, where did this all come from? How did I miss this? Okay, so the defense is done with cross-examination of Cassie Ventura. Hold on. Where's the last thing I read? I don't want to miss anything. Hold on. Both the prosecution and defense said they were slimmed down. Okay, that's where we left off. Okay, so now, okay, so the defense is done with their cross-examination of Cassandra Ventura. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is now questioning Ventura on redirect for the prosecution. So let's hear what's going on here. Okay, because you know what they're going to do. Now, remember, I told you all in the first broadcast this morning before they went to break for lunch that if the defense, remember, a legal analyst said this, and of course I agreed because the legal analyst, of course, knows best. But the legal analyst said that the best redirect is for the prosecution to say no further questions. If they start asking questions and trying to clean stuff up, that means that the defense did their job. They got him. And so clearly they got him. Because here's what they say. The jury is seeing some messages between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura from different points in 2019 and 2020. In the messages from March and May of 2019, Combs texts Ventura in part saying, "Sending you love. Congratulations, Cass. I am truly happy for you. You're going to make a beautiful mother. God bless." Okay. This is what he texted her, according to messages read aloud. Ventura testified that she was pregnant at the time. And then she responded saying, "Thank you. God bless." In March of 2020, I wonder if she told her husband that Diddy was texting her while she's pregnant. Yikes. I hope so. In March of 2020, Combs texted her in part, "Miss my best friend. Hope you're well." She responded that she hoped he was taking care of himself and hoped his family was well. Please tell me her husband knew about this, because I'm going to tell y'all right now, if my man was texting his ex, it's going to be a problem. Okay? Unless you tell me about it. Tanya said, probably not, Queen. Okay, what's really going on here? I find it all interesting. Okay, Nicole said he didn't. I bet he didn't too. Okay, I'm the boss here says, I like that name. I'm the boss here. Honey, you should start your YouTube channel and name it that. I'm the boss here, okay? I wonder who prosecution witnesses are. This is going to be so MFing good. I'm going to tell you who they are, beloved. They're Dawn Rashad and who worked with Diddy previously on Making the Band, Danity Kane, and Dirty Money. Last Train to Paris album. But also someone by the name of Yesin somebody. I don't know who that is. I never heard that name before to my recollection, but those are the two people that are supposed to be testifying on today. Okay, so now with that all being said, Cassie said, "Thank you, God bless." And then in March of 2020, Combs texted her in part saying, "Miss my best friend, hope you're well." She responded that she hoped he was taking care of himself and hoped his family was well. He said, "Thank you so much for responding. It really means a lot more than you know." This is what Diddy said. "Sending you nothing but love and light always. Please know that I'm always here if you need me." In later messages, Combs told her that things had definitely been rough without your friendship, and he has nothing but love for you always. Now, I want y'all to pay attention. You see, this right here pretty much proves what I'm thinking. What I was thinking was that Alex Fine, Cassie's husband, is the one who initiated her suing Diddy. I think that's exactly what happened. Okay, so hey, OG Patrice. Hey, Rossi in here. Okay, stop that planet. I want to get off. All right. I just used your catchphrase, beloved. That's literally what I was saying when all this nefariousness came out about Cassie possibly lying about the grape in 2018. So anyway, then Ventura responded that she never hated him and that she wouldn't be at this beautiful point in her life without him. Ooh, honey, do y'all hear this? Combs responded in another lengthy response, saying in part, tears of joy. I don't even know what to say. I hope you can forgive me. We're honestly lucky to be alive. God was watching over us. We went hard. Yeah, with all those illegal substances. But he says, I hope you can forgive me. Because I was thinking with this thread of text messages, it's making Diddy look pretty good. So why is the prosecution using this upon the redirect? Well, probably because he said, I hope you can forgive me. Okay, so they're going to try to probably use that to say, well, you know, he was doing all this stuff. He was trafficking her. He did do this. He did do that. And now he's apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Combs also said he was happy Ventura found some love and respect her, found someone to love and respect her the way she deserved. He asked to set up a time for them to meet, adding, I send this message with all respect for your marriage. The two never met after that conversation, but he did want to meet with her. Okay, that further lets me believe, like I told you all days ago, that Alex Fine is the one who initiated this whole lawsuit. Guess what? Because Alex Fine wanted Diddy's money. Let's just keep it up. He wanted Diddy's money. Cassie was living that lavish lifestyle with Diddy all those years, 11 whole years. Alex Fine doesn't have that kind of money. He's just a trainer that was hired by Diddy. He probably felt like he couldn't live up to it. So let's sue him for all the nefarious things he did to you. Now, why would Alex Fine, if he did, okay, Kiara says, where is Aubrey O'Day? Good question, beloved. Where is she, right? Now, Miss Bryant says, I agree with you, Queen. Thank you. Marie says, yeah, broke personal trainer. Right. He didn't have that kind of money. Okay. Jay McClinton says her hubby was unemployed. Maybe he was. Marie said personal training money is inconsistent. Blazing says, truth, Queen, Alex Fine saw money. I absolutely agree. That's exactly what I think. And then, so with that all being said, I think that the reason he felt like Cassie should sue is because Cassie, during the pillow talk, like I also told you all days ago, Cassie likely told him all of the things that went on, but made it as if Diddy made her do those things, just like she made us all believe and feel that Diddy made her do those things when she testified for the prosecution. But then when the defense cross-examines her, we find out that it isn't what we all thought. Okay, so that all being said, let me see here. So they never met after that day. Hold on. Okay, so here's another one from 10 minutes ago. Let me get to this. Hold on. I don't want to skip anything. Let me see. Okay, so they're talking about that $20 million. Hold on. Okay, so they never saw each other after this conversation. And then here's what comes next. Okay, before cross-examination ended, Cassie Ventura confirmed to the defense that she, her husband, and their kids moved into her parents' Connecticut home in October of 2023. Y'all, pay attention. They needed money. They moved into her parents' home in 2023. That's what it says. October of 2023, her husband, and their children moved into her parents' home in Connecticut in October of 2023. You said it, Vince. Hashtag Pay attention. Okay? Because in November of 2023 is when she filed that lawsuit, they were broke. That's what it's given. They were broke. And Alex said, you know what? We can get some money to sue Diddy for all the various things he did to you. In my opinion. Now, defense attorney Ana Estavio asked if they did that for financial reasons. But Ventura said they had just decided to move out of Los Angeles and were transitioning to live in the East Coast. Girl, y'all were broke. Ventura confirmed she was preparing for a tour at the time. Tour where? With what song? Me and You from way back when MySpace was out? Yeah, I don't think so. Estavio said the lawsuit, the civil lawsuit Ventura filed against Sean Diddy Combs in 2023 and the settlement she received, she brought that up. When you saw you were going to get the $20 million, you canceled the tour. Do y'all hear that? When you saw you were going to get the $20 million, you canceled the tour. Then she says that wasn't the reason why. Well, what's the reason, Cassie? It's given that you did. Oh, the defense is good. They're eating today. Now, prosecutor Emily Johnson is asking Cassie, okay, upon the redirect, she's asking her about the messages the jury saw when she and Sean Diddy Combs expressed their love for each other. Were there periods during which Sean was kind and loving? And Ventura testified there were. Did those periods ever last? Ventura responded no, adding that when Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everybody around him. Cassie, let's not act like when Sean wasn't happy anymore, it affected everybody, because you too would show out when you were unhappy, okay, as we've already seen and heard. Now, that being said, when asked how his moods affected her, she said, they affected my whole life. She added, if Sean was in a mood for a freak off, my work would take the back seat, so that would mean my career is not being paid attention to because I had to do the other thing. Here she goes trying to act like Diddy was just making her do these freak offs. Girl, at this point, it's over. Please stop the cap. At this point, we know, Cassie, I'm on your side, boo-boo. But at the end of the day, let's just keep it a buck. Okay, you know you were initiating some of these freak offs, okay? So the gig is up as far as I'm concerned. Now, Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs' moods affected how she viewed herself. She says, throughout the relationship, I really just hung on a lot of his words and everything he said, trusted his style and everything that he was doing. So when he would put me down or make me feel lesser than, I was extra hard on myself. I was already on myself as it was, she said. There was good, but there was a lot of negative too. I believe that. Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Cassie Ventura about times when Sean Diddy Combs said he didn't remember physically abusing her. Let's see what she says about that. Blazin' says, you're on point, Queen. Blessings always. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate your kind words. I really do. And thank you for your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. So she says, Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Cassie Ventura about the times that Sean Diddy Combs said he didn't remember physically abusing her. Ventura said there were times that he blacked out, and she could tell that he was in that state. She added that there were times where he was pretty aware of what he was doing. It's just who he was. Asked what she meant by that, Ventura said she had seen him be violent with other people. But I knew the difference because I had been around it, she said. Okay, I'm sorry. The defense needs to raise their finger and say, Your Honor, I object on the grounds of speculation. That's where they need to be. Why aren't they objecting on the grounds of speculation? Because here's why it's speculation. She says that I had been around him and I'd seen that before, but she's no psychologist. She's not a licensed therapist. She's not a mental health counselor. She's not a psychologist nor a psychiatrist. That being said, even if you've been around somebody, you don't always know their mind states, okay? It can vary, is all I'm saying. So she's speculating, okay? Let the record reflect. Now, with that all being said, Prosecutor Emily Johnson is asking Cassie Ventura about her testimony about Sean Diddy Combs, how he stunted her music career. I'm just going to keep it a buck. Cassie's career was not even going anywhere because Cassie can't really sing. She's just pretty, but she really doesn't have a voice that was going to ever put her at the top of anything. Would you all agree? Once in the chat, if you think Cassie's singing was just like, okay. She's no Beyonce, we know, but she's not even an Ashanti. Okay, in my opinion. Now, that being said, Cassie was willing to do anything for her career and proximity to power. She's gross to me, says Nene. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, beloved. We all are. Okay, Jay McClin said Cassie put out one single. American Isna says, how was that RICO? Still waiting for the racketeering testimony. Okay, you've been going in, beloved. Okay, so everybody's putting one, so I think it's fair to say that Cassie, no. All hell no, said it was horribly horrible. I wouldn't say it was that bad. But hold on. You know something that I thought was interesting? I'll get to that in a second. Okay, so remind me so I don't forget my thought. Nicole said too, for I never heard nothing. Okay. Well, that song, Me and You, I'm going to read the lyrics of that to you in a minute. And tell me if it doesn't sound like her and Diddy's whole relationship. Okay, so anyway, she says he stunted her music career. Ventura recalled that she couldn't do many of the things I wanted because of her participation in Combs' freak-offs. So the freak-offs were taking up all of her time. Now, please remember that she's acting like it's because of Diddy that we're doing these freak-offs, but we've already seen, and the defense has already proven that absolutely she was initiating some of this stuff. Okay, so she says, I had a whole other job, she testified. Johnson asked her what the job was, and she replied, basically an S worker. Wow, Cassie, really? Cassie, you're an S worker? You're an S worker, Cassie? S workers get paid. What were you getting paid? What were you getting paid? I have several questions. The judge granted a defense motion to strike. There you go. Granted a defense motion to strike that response from the record. The jury was also shown a 2012 text thread between Ventura and someone involved in her management team that had an opportunity. And here's what they say. Is Puffy okay with you doing a Common video? The text reads, saying using a nickname for Combs and referring to the popular rapper Common. I don't know. He probs say no, LOL. She later followed up to confirm that Combs said no to the video. Well, why did he say no to it, Cassie? Because he didn't trust her. Because the last time he put her in the studio with somebody, a.k.a. Miss Scuddy, a.k.a. Kid Cudi, she was sleeping with him. Well, Diddy was paying for the studio time. So that, well, actually, this was in 2012. When was she messing around with Kid Cudi? Wasn't that 2011? Somebody remind me. Okay, wasn't that whole thing with Kid Cudi in 2011? Let me just verify and clarify. I know we're giving up the wrong info here, but I think that's when it was. Hold on. Kid Cudi. Let's see here. Yep, 2011. I'm sorry. So now we see why he didn't want to pay for her to go to no studio with Common, because, hey, lady, I can't trust you. You cheated on your boyfriend, Ryan Leslie, with me. You cheated on me with Kid Cudi, then came back to me after you got with Kid Cudi, and then started seeing Michael B. Jordan, and then you got back with me, and then you cheated on me with the trainer that I hired for you. Yeah, I would say that I don't trust you. That's where that's given. Okay, so yeah, so he said no. Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Combs' record label, but only one album was released. That's what she testified to, and that's the truth. Okay, so here's the next one. The cross-examination of Cassie Ventura is now complete, with the government now handed the opportunity to re-question Ventura during its redirect. Now, as for how the defense may feel about its cross-examination of Ventura, Combs' former ex-girlfriend and one of his accusers, attorney Renato Stable, who is not affiliated with the case, told CNN he thinks it went about as well as it could have gone, saying that they did what they needed to do in terms of confronting her with the text messages that undermine her claim that she was being coerced. But remember, the prosecution is going to clean all that up right now on their redirect. Well, we'll see how they clean it up, because I'm sorry, how do you clean up lies? Because clearly there were lies detected. Hopefully they can clean it up, but if not, it is what it is. Okay, so now as for the defense, hold on. As for how the defense may, oh God, what happened? Hold on. Some kind of way it just clicked off the screen. Let me go back. Okay, here we go. Okay, so hold on, beloveds. What the hell happened? Hold on. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is finished with the redirect. Okay, hold on. There's something before that. Okay, Cassie said that she was an S worker, and then they talked about the album with Common. Okay, that was 20 minutes ago. Now, something's missing. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next one they have, which is from 2 minutes ago. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is finished with redirect, and defense attorney Ana Estevao is up again for her recross. Ventura is still on the stand. Estevao is focused on on Ventura's testimony that she feared Combs would leave her if she refused the freak-offs. Estevao asked her to confirm that she understood that part of being Combs' girlfriend meant having to do freak-offs. She says, I would say I learned over time. Okay, so Prosecutor Emily Johnson is asking Cassie Ventura about the lawsuit she settled with Sean Diddy Combs in 2023. Ventura testified that she got $20 million in that settlement. Johnson asked Ventura if she'd give the money back if it meant she never had to endure freak-offs. She says, I'd give that back if I never had to have freak-offs. Bursting into tears, Ventura says, if I never had to have freak-offs, I would have had agency and autonomy. Audibly upset, she says, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back. Okay, the waterworks are coming out. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is revisiting several pieces of testimony that Cassie Ventura was grilled on during her cross-examination, including the time a man told her that he had an sexually explicit video of her. That man is none other than Jonathon Oddi. I've already proven that to you with receipts. Please just remember that you heard it here first. Okay? So on redirect, Ventura testified that she was feeling pressure from Sean Combs, who had directed her not to let the man out of her sight. He just texted me quite a bit, called me quite a bit about it. So I felt I had to handle it. So now Diddy made her threaten to kill Jonathon Oddi. Girl, sit down. Okay, on the redirect, hold on. Yeah, she said, so I felt like I had to handle it. But didn't they show text messages where Diddy told her he would handle it and he paid Jonathon the money? Okay, so here's the thing. They're trying to clean it all up. So Johnson also revisited the defense suggestion that Ventura was inconsistent in her accounts about when Combs allegedly raped her in 2018. Johnson asked her, do you have any doubt that Sean raped you? She said no. And the prosecution asked Ventura about her testimony that she did not cancel a 2023 tour because of the monetary windfall from her civil lawsuit against Combs. The defense earlier suggested the incoming money was the reason for Ventura canceling the tour, which she denied. She canceled that tour because she was getting the money. She lied and said Diddy raped her because her now husband called her on FaceTime where her and Diddy were having sex. Okay, she can say whatever she wants, but that's what it sounds like. That's absolutely what I believe. Coco V said, yeah, right. They're enjoying that money. I have to agree. And Leon said, hashtag you heard it here first. Shanaz Ali said, I think she wanted to do freak offs. If she hated it so much, she definitely ended their relationship. She consented to the freak offs. Exactly. Why would you do freak offs when you're gone from him? The last time they had a freak off, so you all know, was in 2018. 2018. Okay? She was already dating Alex Fine. And still having freak offs. Do you sound like you fear for your life? It's just not given. It's just not painting a good picture. And this is all going to work in Diddy's best interests, unfortunately. Now, that being said, because let's not forget, I want Diddy to go down for Tupac. That's my whole thing. Okay, so anyway, She denies it. And then asked by the prosecution, Ventura said the actual reason was because she felt overwhelmed by addressing the past the way I chose to. It was just quite overwhelming, and I didn't want to be away from my kids at the time. I didn't want to go. If you didn't want to go, why did you schedule the tour? Because you needed the money. But then when you were getting more money, the 20 million that Alex likely told you to sue for, because y'all were so broke you had to move in with your parents in Connecticut, let's just keep it a buck. Let's just tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay? Let's not paint narratives. Some of the things I'm going to say, some of you will not like. But that's okay, beloveds. I still love you nonetheless. And you're free to express your opinions, okay? Now, that being said, I don't believe that. She said she didn't want to go. If you didn't want to leave your kids and you didn't want to do that tour, why did you ever schedule it in the first place? That was from 3 minutes ago. And that, beloveds, is the last update from CNN. Now, interestingly enough, Inner City Press hasn't posted anything for a whole hour. Oh, here they go. Now they're coming in. Okay, here it goes. So this is from 4 minutes ago. Okay, so Estevao says, and the freak off videos in this case, they were all on those devices you kept from 2012 and 2014. Ventura said, I don't know what year. Now she doesn't know what year. Just pay attention to how every time I want you all to please pay attention to this, because I can assure you the jury is taking notes. Every time the prosecution asks her any question about text messages, anything that happened years ago, she always quickly knows the answer. She only has a brain fog and can't recall, can't relate, don't remember, I don't know. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? I didn't do it. Say what now? She only has those responses when they're asking, when the defense is asking her things that she clearly doesn't want to answer. Okay, please pay attention to that. Now, I'm not going in on her. I'm just stating the obvious. So that all being said, she said, I don't know what year. Estevao says, you were able to stand at his side at the Met Gala. Being his girlfriend gave you access to producers. And then Cassie says, yes. Estevao then says, beyond Kid Cudi, what other musicians were you put in the studio with? Were you put in the studio with Nicki Minaj? Uh-oh, here comes Nicki. Ventura says, yes. Now they say, no, this is the first and so far only reference to Nicki Minaj in this trial. Now he's making sure to clarify that because remember, the first post that I read to you about Nicki Minaj was falsified. It was all cap. Somebody made it up. Like Michael Jackson said, it's lies. It's all lies. They made it all up. Okay. So hopefully Nicki will find out who did that and sue them for lying on her name. Okay. So here comes the next one. It says, Estevao says, you were put in the studio with Lil Wayne. She says, yes. Estevao says, and with Rick Ross and Pusha T. Am I forgetting any names? Ventura says, you got a lot of names. You've got a lot of names. Estevao says, you are self-conscious about your musical talent. Ventura said, I wouldn't say that. Where's she going with this? You're self-conscious about your musical talent. Well, maybe she thinks that her talent is limited. And by that, I mean, Estevao may think that. Okay, you are self-conscious about your musical talent. Yeah, I think that she is. I think that Cassie knows that she really can't sing, and she's just a pretty girl who looks good and all of that, and can carry a tune, but not really a singer, in my opinion. Okay, Locked Vegan, hey, beloved, says, Queen, this is too good. I am so paying attention, okay? I am too, honey. It's all nefarious. Okay, Miss Brown said, I believe Cassie does. Yes, I absolutely believe that. Okay, she's just as self-conscious about her singing voice or her, you know, her musical talent as I am about mine. That's why I'm a rapper, not a singer, because I can't sing. I sound like a country singer when I sing, honey, because I have that Kentucky accent. Okay, Queen Sam said, carry it to a real singer. Okay, now that being said, I want to hear the rest of this because this is all juicy. So let's just wait. I still want to get the rest of that test exchange. The rest of that testimony. Now that Cece said pretty but no charisma. Right, I'd have to agree. Ladybug says musical talent, girl, bye. Miss Bryant said, I love your accent, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Okay, so now with that all being said, I'm going to go back to this video where they're talking about Shakur while we wait for the rest of the receipts, because even though the cross-exam is done for Cassie, I still want to hear this part that I clearly missed because they didn't report this on CNN. Okay. So I want to see, that's why I'm going to different sources. I'm trying to get us all the details. And listen, beloveds, don't forget that tonight at 9 o'clock, I'm going to be right black on here. Okay, because my source that's right there in the courtroom right now is going to give me anything that we missed during our broadcast. Okay, so that all being said, here's the next update from CNN. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is revisiting several pieces of testimony that Cassie Ventura was grilled on during her cross-examination, including the name of the man who told her he had an sexually explicit video of her. Now, this is where we're going to find out the name. I already told you all it's Jonathon Oddi. No doubt in my mind. So on redirect, Ventura testified that she was feeling pressure from Sean Combs, who had directed her to not let the man out of her sight. He just texted me quite a bit, called me quite a bit about it, so I felt I had to handle it. Okay, wait a minute. Did I already read this? Oh, yeah, I already read that. Okay, sorry. Okay, here's the last one. Defense attorney Ana Estevao asked Cassie Ventura to confirm that Sean Diddy Combs let her out of her recording contract when their relationship ended. She says, I had to fight my way out of that contract. This is what she said, but acknowledged that eventually she was able to break ties with Bad Boy Records. Okay. So she was able to get out of the contract. Great. All right, so now let's finish watching this video, honey, because this is all so juicy.
That goes for Pittsburgh, New York, whoever, bro. Anytime y'all see Shakur, y'all better be getting ready to put up a fight, because I know this young man, and I know he's going to make it his business to drop 30, 40 on you and then do the Shakur. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's going to do to you. And at the end of the day, I respect him, man. Shout out to this GM. But as y'all can see, man, more and more people are starting to come out and speak out against this, man. It was wrong for whatever reason it was. Shakur Sanders is an outstanding kid, outstanding quarterback. At the end of the day, they loving him in Cleveland. From what I've been hearing, man, I've been reaching out to a bunch of people up there, bro, in the media space that's been going to these training camps, watching him play. And for every person that told me that he's good, is like literally everybody I talked to been telling me that Shakur, he's looking exceptional. He's standing out. He's sharp. His ball is on the money. His arm strength is no question. His accuracy's there. Everything there. Check all the boxes. Now, it's going to be interesting moving forward as the veterans start coming in, the Kenny Pickett's, the Joe Flacco's. Now, Shakur got to go beat out them, because as of right now, he's beating the sleaze off Dylan Gabriel. It's over and done with Dylan Gabriel. Shakur knocked them off the map. It's just beating out Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, which I believe is going to come down to knowing the playbook, knowing the system of the Cleveland Browns. You know, that's another battle Shakur got to do, is that he got to learn a whole new system. Now, he's been with Coach Prime these last couple of years. He's been with his offense coordinator in Colorado. But at the end of the day, he got to learn a whole new system from scratch, which I'm pretty sure he already knew that going into the league. But I'm telling you right now, it's going to be very interesting. Get down in the comment section. Let me know your thoughts about this. Keep them bills on, because you know I'm going to bring you the news. And until next time, man, shake the haters off. I'm out of here.
Shake them off, shake them off. All right? Shake the haters off. That's what you got to do, beloveds. Okay, so listen. I am really loving the support that Shakur Sanders is getting, even though all these haters are in his midst. This young man is going to be big. He's not going to be as big as Deion, I don't think. Maybe. You never know. But so far, nobody's as big as Deion. Deion's the only person on this planet called Earth who won a World Series and a Super Bowl. He's the best cornerback to ever do it on the NFL field in the United States ever. Period. That's a fact. He is a Hall of Famer, and I love Coach Prime, honey. I always have, and I always will. All right? I'm rocking with Coach Prime and his sons till the wheels fall off. Okay? So the haters can keep hating. At the end of the day, it's not going to get them anywhere. Please pay attention. Now, here's the rest of it. Okay? So let me get into this. This is all nefarious. Hold on. Let me make sure I don't skip a beat. Okay, so we got the Nicki Minaj, the Lil Wayne Pusha T. When then the last thing was you're self-conscious about your musical talent. Ventura said, I wouldn't say that. Estevao says, you had a bad performance on 106 in Park. Ventura said, early in my career. Now, she said early in her career like she had a long career. Your career was like 5 seconds long. So Estevao said, you did music videos. Were they successful? The judge says, may we have a brief sidebar? The judge clearly doesn't like this. Okay, what are you saying about her music career? It's what the judge is going to want to know, I'm sure. Now, the reason I'm going to go ahead and just tell you, I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say the reason I think, because I don't know for sure. Gravedigger said prime time is over. Honey, prime time will never be over, in my opinion. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but he'll never be over, in my opinion. He's the best to ever do it, and that's just facts. Now, that all being said, the judge calls a sidebar because the judge clearly wants to know, why are you bringing up this young woman's career? I'm going to tell you why I think they're bringing it up. Because there is a point of time where Cassie had a bad performance and Diddy was there for her to comfort her, to inspire and motivate and elevate her so that she didn't feel bad about herself. And I think that's what it is. We shall see when the next report from Inner City Press comes in. This was from 5 minutes ago. Now let's go back to CNN's reports. Okay, so the last report that we read was when she said she had to fight her way out of this contract with Sean Diddy Combs from Bad Boy Records, and she was finally able to successfully end that contract. Next, it says, this is from 2 minutes ago, defense attorney Ana Estevao is asking Cassie Ventura about the access that she had to high-level contacts in the music industry because of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. Combs' defense attorney asked Ventura to confirm musical collaborations that she did over the years with artists including Nicki Minaj, Kid Cudi, Rick Ross, and Pusha T. Ventura has previously testified that her relationship with Combs ultimately stunted her music career, with only one album of a 10-album deal that she signed with his label being released, in part because of her participation in his freak-offs. They became her whole other job. No, they didn't. I'm going to tell you what happened. The freak-offs were not a job per se, and she was definitely not an S worker. Cassie, please give it all up. Okay, girl, this all sounds crazy. She's not an S worker. How are you an S worker, but you're hiring S workers to do S worker work? Is that making any sense to anybody else? Okay, I just don't see that she was an S worker. Okay, but here's the thing. JB said, is she not preggo? Yes, she is. Due any day now, according to the prosecution. So that being said, here's the thing. Here's the thing for me. She said that he stunted her career. So they're trying to prove that he didn't stunt your career because you actually collaborated with Nicki, Kid Cudi, Rick Ross, and Pusha T. These are 4 big celebrities. This is what they're trying to say, in my opinion. Now, the bottom line is Cassie's music career didn't continue because probably the defense could argue that when she got with Diddy, she didn't have to work because Diddy paid all her bills. She already said it herself. He was paying for her house, okay, her apartment or whatever she was staying at. So maybe that's what they're trying to get at. Malassian says Cassie didn't have any talent. Okay. Chocolate 313 said, what career? She's not talented. I mean, she's not what I would call talented. That's just my opinion. But speaking of that, like I said, she's beautiful. She should have been, I think she should have stuck to modeling. But I think that as far as modeling is concerned, she would only be good and viable for print work because the runway models, they want you to be at least 5'9". I don't think Cassie's that tall. I don't think she's 5'9", but they usually say that they want you to be 5'9" or more if you're going to be doing runway modeling. Now, she did do some runway modeling because I remember in about 2022, I do believe it was, if memory serves me correct, that she did a runway for some fashion show or event with Saucy Santana back in 2022. So she clearly is good at modeling, in my opinion. That's what she should have stuck to, but the singing is just not so great. Okay, likes up, everyone, please like and share. Now, while I'm looking for this, I'm about to pull up Cassie's music lyrics and read them to you all, because to me, it sounds like her and Diddy's lifestyle, at least some of it. Okay, so I'm going to put on a little intermission music while I dig this up real quick.
Light shining down in the moonlight, girl, can't help but feel this connection flow with every move. Go along the floor when you smile. Makes me want more. Heart beating sing at the sound of soul. Tonight we dance, just lose control. I can't resist. The way you move is doing this. Your eyes gazing on the stars above. This night is ours, wrapped in our love. But badness flame, our melody sweet, can't help but feel the rhythm in my feet, even like that. Like the earth is spinning, our love's a dance where we both live. You got that groove.
Okay, now let's get into it. Now, Malaysian says, or Malassian, I said Malaysian. Malassian says, and I hope I'm saying that right, beloved, says this is the only channel live streaming that doesn't feel like paid bias support for Cassandra Ventura. The other channels are twisting words to support her. Yes, they are. Because here's the thing, and here's why. Like I told you all, a lot of these people just want to say whatever they think the people want to hear, which a majority of the people want to hear positive things about Cassie. They don't want to acknowledge the truth. They make excuses for her nefarious behavior and the role that she played in her own demise, in my opinion. I'm not going to do that for likes, clicks, and views. Just not going to do it. And here's the thing. Some of the larger channels, they start paying narratives, and because they're larger channels, they control the algorithm. Okay, so when they control the algorithm, then other people feed off of what they say and mimic their talking points. Okay, so that's how that goes, beloved. But at the end of the day, the queen's on here to tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay, even though I don't like how this is all going, I'm still going to tell you what's really going on here. I'm the boss here says those are trauma bond channels. I'm blocking them. The women won't come together there unless they trauma bond. Y'all know who. Okay, yeah, I definitely know who, beloved. Okay. Tawana says she cannot sing. She can carry a tune, I'll say that much. S. Jones says, can I still shake my tail feather? Is it safe? Yes, you can shake your tail feather, beloved. Please do. Now listen, now y'all know that's a song that I created with AI, right? Okay. See, that's what I do. When I don't have time to get in the studio and record my own music, I just do some on AI. Okay, so now here's the thing. These are the lyrics to Cassie's song, Me and You. You've been waiting so long. I'm here to answer your call. I know that I shouldn't have had you waiting at all. I've been so busy, but I've been thinking about what I want to do with you. I know them other guys, they've been talking about the way I do what I do. That's the S workers. They heard I was good. They want to see if it's true. They know you're the one I want to give it to. I can see you want me too. Now, it's me and you. It's me and you. I've been waiting. Okay, so baby, tell me if you like it. Tell me if you like it. It's me and you now. I've been waiting. Okay, so honey, this is all a hot mess because that's what it sounds like. What her and Diddy were doing. That's just my opinion. What do y'all have to say about it? Okay, I wish I could play the song right now, but I definitely get a copyright strike or a copyright claim. So JB says, I think she being more transparent as she can be, though. As transparent as she could be. Yeah, I agree. You know, listen, it is not hard, I'm sure, to get up there and say all this stuff in front of this jury and do all these things and whatnot, it's got to be horrendous. I wouldn't want to do any of it. Okay, I wouldn't want to do any of it. And mind you, the queen has never done such nefarious things, is all I'm saying. But anyway, Sheila's, hold on, Nubian Q said, Anthem. Claudette says demon possession. I absolutely think her and Diddy were both possessed by demons. That's why they're acting like idiots. Okay. We the people said, what song does Cassie sing again? Nefarious. Chosen One says, Queen, you hear Cassie Rockabye Baby album? No, I didn't, honey. When did this all come out? It's all nefarious. Okay, Miss Brown said it can't be easy. Right. Just Joy said, I liked that song back then and didn't realize it was her song till now. Really? Yeah, I never liked that song per se. I just thought she was so beautiful when I saw her. And I'm like, who's this young lady? She's beautiful. But I never liked that song. Okay, now that all being said, though, still nothing in from Inner City Press. I'm waiting to see what they say about this sidebar. Why did the judge call it? Was I right in my assessment? The last post from them was 14 minutes ago. Now let's quickly go to CNN to see what they have to say about it all. They've posted, the last post from them was 11 minutes ago when Cassie said that it was her job, the freak offs. Okay, let me see what CBS is saying. Okay, so CNN. Okay, so hold on. They've got a little bit extra. Okay, so they talk about 18 minutes ago. This is what CBS reported. I'm sorry, CBS. Ventura said her music career changed after she started dating Combs. She said her music wasn't the same as when she started. Hard because I had to give him all my attention, she says. Combs told Ventura to turn down opportunities and cancel obligations for freak offs. Okay, she said she couldn't do many of the things she wanted to do because she had another job, basically an S worker. Now, I'm sorry. I don't really think that she was an S worker. That's just not what I'm getting. The bottom line is we saw those text messages and Cassie was initiating some of this stuff. Now, one could say that Diddy made her do it, but if you're calling him saying, oh, I can't wait to up you, oh, I can't wait to have that big D in my throat, that doesn't sound like Diddy's making her do anything. That sounds like that's what she wants to do. Now, some people have said, and I've read the comments, some people have said she was just saying what she knew he wanted to hear. Well, that's speculation. Okay? That's speculation. So I object respectfully. Okay, Miss Brown says, Cassie, please. All right, that's what it's giving right now. That's what it's giving right now is Cassie, please. Okay. Queen Sam said, Queen, that last song you played have fit right in on the Kevin Hart series, Fight Night. Really? I didn't even know Kevin Hart had a series called Fight Night. That's interesting. I'm the boss who said, Diddy just looks like his okay, like his BA, like his golf balls be slimy, heavy, and sticky. Ugh. Sounds disgusting, beloved. They just might be. Okay? They just might be. Now, here's the next thread. It says, prosecutors asked Cassie or asked Ventura about her settlement with Combs over the Grape lawsuit after the defense suggested she canceled a tour because of the money she received. She says, after filing my civil suit, I was overwhelmed and couldn't continue at that point. I didn't want to be away from my kids at the time. Prosecutors asked if she would return the money we already know about the freak offs and return the money. Now, she says she returned the money, but no, you won't, Cassie. Please sit down somewhere. Who's giving back $20 million? Specifically after all the things that you say Diddy did. So she added, Combs frequently suggested having freak offs when she had a urinary tract infection and that he beat her more than once during them. Here she goes with this again. The record has already reflected that she was initiating these things. Okay. Ventura told prosecutors she felt like she couldn't refuse Combs' freak off request. She told prosecutors she was open to trying freak offs in the beginning of the relationship, but her openness changed over time. She said that changed over what time? Because she literally had one in 2018 when they broke up. She was still sleeping with him when she was dating Alex Fine, her now husband. This is her own testimony. These are her own text messages that were read in court. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, she's the one who had to read them. So this is just not looking good for the feds. Now, with that being said, she said her openness changed over time. She said she tried refusing more than once, but she had concerns. I was worried for my safety, for my career, but I also was in love with him. So I worried he wouldn't want to be with me anymore. Prosecutors ended the redirect examination and the defense started its recross. Here's the thing. Here's a problem that I have with this. How is this making any sense? Is this making any sense to you all, beloveds? She's saying that she was afraid for her life and wanted to leave, didn't want to do the freak-offs. He was making her do them, even when she had UTIs and whatnot. But at the same time, I was in love with him, so I was worried he wouldn't want to be with me anymore. That means she wanted to be with him. How can both of these things be true? Either you wanted to leave this man because he was low down and nefarious, as you say, and made you do things you didn't want to do, or you wanted to be with him. Which is it? I'm going to go with the latter because she was still dealing with this man after they broke up and still communicating with him when she was pregnant with Alex Fine's child. There's no way in the hell I would have ever done that. And especially if I thought this is someone whom I had to fear for my life for, I would have changed my phone number. He would not have been able to call me or randomly text message me, asking me about how I'm doing. Oh, you're going to be a great mother. I wouldn't have wanted to hear any of that. F you. Okay? I'm lucky that I could even have children after you maybe get all those UTIs, according to what she says. So I'm just not, this is just not given what it's supposed to be given at the end of the day. Again, it looks like the defense did a better job than the prosecution. Okay, that's just what it's given. But what do you all think? Let's take a poll, beloveds. One's if you think the defense did their thing, and two, if you think that in fact the prosecution. Gwendolyn says, Queen keeps the narratives real. I absolutely do, beloved. Thank you. Peace, love, and blessings. I want to appreciate you for being a member. Okay, Kiara Diamond said, must be the money. Deion Sanders' song, must be the money. That's what that reminded me of. Okay, synchronicity. I was literally just talking about him. Y'all need to pay attention. When things like this happen, it's absolutely synchronicity. Okay, don't miss it. All right, so that being said, everybody's given ones. Blazing says, Cassie and Alex will have a lot to talk about. Ooh, honey, won't they? They'll have a lot to talk about when they get home. Yes, I absolutely agree. A lot to talk about this weekend. Excuse me. Absolutely, I agree. Okay, now I'm going to go to the video of Rodney Hinton with a black officer in the elevator trying to protect him or whatever, because it's obvious to him that the other officers may want to do something to him, cause him some harm. The judge also was concerned about this, but this officer has now come out and said that he was fired. So let's go to this while we're waiting for more updates.
Alone in an elevator with.
Hold on. Let me make sure there's no music on this. Hold on for a second. Okay, so it does have music, so the volume's going to be muted. Okay, we don't really need to hear what the narrator is saying, but you all, we can obviously see what's going on here. This officer is on the elevator with him for his protection. Okay, so then we'll go to what he says after. Okay, now this is the part where he's speaking. Again, let me check to see if the music stopped. I really want to hear what he has to say because Lisa Cabrera told me about this yesterday. I didn't even know this man got fired. Okay, so the music is off, so I'm going to go ahead and present this so you all can hear it. Let me share the screen. Likes up, everyone. Please don't forget to like and share. Thank you, beloveds.
While I was on break, right, I heard a supervisor spoke along our colleagues, because we work along with K9, we also work along with NYPD. He was talking about the Rodney Hinton situation. He said, well, y'all people have to understand. And I'm like, excuse me, y'all people? Well, you know what I mean. I said, no, I don't know what you mean. If you want to get technical, a man innocent proven guilty. A charge doesn't mean the man was prosecuted. It's just a charge. He said, go to break, go to break, go to break. And I said, I'm already on break. Make a long story short, he called his account manager, and the account manager said I was removed from the schedule. So that's how I got fired from my job. How could you ever take a child's life because of skin color? Don't you know that child somebody's son? You took away George Floyd, Eric Garner, now Ryan Hinton. The city rose from the darkness. The city rose up from the darkness. How can you ever take a child's life because of skin color? How long we gonna take this? How long we gonna take this? Us people have to stand together. Us people have to stand together. Let Rodney Hinton know he's not alone. Let Rodney Hinton know he's not alone. How could you ever take a child's life because of skin color? We have to stick together, people. Because at the end of the day, that's all we got. Remember, it's strength and unity. It's strength and unity. Thank y'all guys for the support. Y'all guys have a blessed day.
Okay, that was very touching. Almost brought me to tears. That was very touching, and he's absolutely right. How long are we going to take this? We do need to stand together. And I, for one, think that we need to have a Gifts and Go or a GoFundMe for that man losing his job for trying to do the right thing. Because at the end of the day, we are supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Okay? And here's the thing. They put out false reports weeks ago saying that that man had actually confessed to it, which come to find out he did not. Okay? He did not. So with that all been said, East meets West says we have Luigi and now we have Rodney. Exactly. You know, Luigi Mangione, I really don't want him to get the death penalty, even though he did commit a murder. But at the end of the day, I believe that sometimes in a world full of corruption, or a country, shall I say, let's talk about the United States. In a country full of, just hatred, biases, prejudices, racism, wickedness, greed, where people aren't able to be afforded proper and adequate health care, where people are murdered in the streets at traffic stops, for traffic violations. All the officer has to do is lie and say, I fear for my life, when the person was clearly unarmed. At the end of the day, they want to give a death sentence to somebody like Luigi Mangione. What about these other nefarious people who prey upon children? I think they should get the death penalty of anybody. You can't cure people of that from being PDF files. But they sometimes get probation, 10 years of probation. Let me remind you of a story that broke my heart that I told you all about in 2020. A 6-year-old little boy, biracial, his name was Christopher Barros, I believe was his name, walking home from school to his grandmother's house. And this man, who was a whole predator, who was lurking across from the grandmother's house, kidnapped him, took him into his house and raped him in the worst way that you could do to a child, a little boy, took his innocence, and then he and his adult son, they both did this to him. And then they murdered him. And you know why they murdered that poor child? I would never, with this story. But they took his life because the man who did it had already been caught and convicted of doing this before. and he got 10 years of probation. Why do you get probation for that? You're a sick person, a vile person. You don't deserve to walk the face of the earth. You don't deserve to suck in air, as far as I'm concerned. But they gave him 10 years of probation. So what does he do? He does it again. Of course he's going to do it again. It's like a serial killer. They're never going to stop killing. They can't. It's the demons that reside inside of them. Not just one, but multiple demonic entities. And so this man killed little Christopher, 6 years old, because he knew that he's already on probation, and if he gets caught this time, he's going to prison, and so will his adult son. So they took his life. These are the people who deserve the death penalty. Okay? I understand that what Luigi Mangione did was against the law. It was murder. He took a life. Was he thinking an eye for an eye? I think so. He felt like this corrupt government allows innocent people to die simply because they don't have the wherewithal to pay for medical treatment that they so desperately need. Other countries have free health care. Why doesn't the United States have it? Now, even though what he did was absolutely wrong, the end of the day, I just do not want that young man to get the death penalty. Yes, he deserves punishment. Maybe, in my opinion, that he should be given some sort of mental health evaluation. You know, they say people that go out here and commit these mass shootings, like the man who murked the black people in the Kroger in J-Town, Kentucky a few years ago, they said that he was incompetent to stand trial. That's why he hadn't gone to trial for so long. And then let's not forget about the nefarious predator who's accused of the same things as Diddy, Mike Jeffries, the man who was the CEO, former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch. I reported that story to you all maybe a year ago, last January, not past January, but I think actually the one before. And I told you all that he's going to be brought up on charges. I told you all what he's been accused of. And then here he is. But guess what? He's not even going to be prosecuted. He's incompetent to stand trial, so they say. Well, what about Luigi Mangione? Maybe he's incompetent to stand trial. Maybe he's been traumatized. Maybe he's been victimized. Maybe someone in his family died because they couldn't get proper treatment. And maybe that drove him to the brink of insanity. We don't know. But they want to give him the death penalty and not someone who is a whole predator. That's crazy to me. People who prey upon children should get the worst punishment available because they're never going to change. It's just like the serial killers. Think about Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was arrested, put in jail. He escaped twice. The second time he escaped, he gets to Florida, to Gainesville, and true to his habits, he starts murdering again. And that's how he got caught again. He could not resist the urge to kill. It is something that dwells inside of him. Just like with these predators who prey upon innocent children, this dwells inside of them. You cannot stop it. You cannot stop them. This is who they are. They don't deserve probation. And they don't deserve to breathe air, as far as I'm concerned. Now, that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, Rena says, you're speaking the truth, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Trayvon says, exactly, Queen. Thank you. Okay. Nene says, that poor baby. Exactly. So these are the heartbreaking things that happen in this country, unfortunately, at the end of the day. But unless people all come together, these things will continue to happen, and they'll continue to tear everybody apart. Okay. And I want you all to think about something. The elite, the global elite, the 1% that run this country, they don't care about black people, and they don't even care about white people. The only ones they care about are themselves and their money. And that includes Donald Trump. You see, the thing that they do is this. They pit the rest of us against each other, divide us through racism and all sorts of things, crossing, different demographic boundaries and all of these things. This is what they do because they know that as long as we're fighting amongst each other, we'll never unify. And that's the way they keep and maintain their power. It is a perpetual system of divide and conquer in the United States. This is what holds it up. This is what makes it all go around. And they know this. Okay, they know this. They paint narratives about Black people over thugs. We're out here robbing and killing and stealing. Now, of course, there are some Black people doing that, but there's also other ethnic groups of people who do that too. And why do they always talk about Black on Black crime? You see, crime is about proximity. And I've told you all this a myriad of times. Crime is about proximity. People tend to commit crimes upon the people that they're around in close proximity to. Most Black people live around Black people. Most white people live around white people, Asians, Mexicans, and so on and so forth. So when these people that are criminals commit their crimes, they usually do it to the people that are around them. Very few times is it that people commit crimes on people they don't even know. This is why when there's a murder committed, the homicide investigations or the homicide detectives, they go start talking to the family, friends, loved ones, co-workers. These are the people they go see first because they already know that somebody that knew this person likely did it. Okay, so but they always want to talk about Black on Black crime to make us look so nefarious. They really don't care about Black on Black crime. They don't care if we all kill each other, do they? No, because they allow the police to kill us in the streets of traffic stops, saying that, oh, they fear for their lives. And then the Black person's not even armed, not even holding a weapon. Okay, and then how you know they don't care about any of us is because they allow all of us to live in this country without being given affordable health care. Okay, without being given, we should have free health care. Isn't this the home of the land of the free and the home of the brave? Why doesn't everybody get free health care? We don't and we won't, because this country is built off of greed and a perpetual system of wanton supremacy, where one group is supposed to keep their foot on the necks of the other. Okay, that's how that goes. And it's really a sad story. Okay, but one that definitely needs to be told. Please pay attention. Gwendolyn says, preach, Queen. Thank you, beloved. Now, let's see quickly if we have any more updates. Okay, so here we go. So 11 minutes ago, no, 15 minutes ago. Hold on, I don't want to miss a beat. Okay, so we left off with Cassie saying that she was an S worker and that doing the freak-offs was her job. Now, if you're an S worker, Cassie, how much was Diddy paying you? Because don't S workers get paid? Okay, Cassie Ventura has finished testifying. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are taking a quick break for the next witness. Ooh, this is about to get juicy, honey. Okay, so the next witness will take the stand soon. Special Agent Yasin Benda, that's who it is. This is a federal agent, will be the next to testify. Benda will be taking the stand at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. Well, it's 3:37, so he should already be on the stand. Okay, now, this is from 2 minutes ago. Cassie Ventura says she recently reached a roughly $10 million settlement with the Intercontinental Hotel, where surveillance cameras captured Sean Diddy Combs dragging and kicking her in March of 2016. So she got $10 more million. Do y'all hear this? Now, the revelation came in response to a question from the defense, Ana Esteveo, shortly before Ventura wrapped up her testimony. Ventura confirmed that she had reached the settlement in the past month. So she's still getting paid. Y'all see that? Now, is this about money or no? At the end of the day, a lot of these victims, as far as I'm concerned, should have gone to the police first if they really wanted justice. And also, here's the thing that I don't like about people who are victimized and they don't want to go to the police. They just want to get civil lawsuits so they can get their little cash and run off to the sunset. You see, when you don't file criminal charges, these people that you're accusing of doing these things get to keep doing these things. And that adds to more and more and more victims. Okay, that's what annoys me about the whole thing. Okay, so I'm back at Inner City Press, and they still haven't said what was going on with the sidebar. I'm anxious to find out that because CNN didn't report on it. Okay, Nicole, beloved, thank you for your super sticker donation. I appreciate you, beloved. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, so with that all being said, let me check another source real quick. Let me check CBS and see what they're talking about. Okay, they posted last... let's see here. Okay, so let's go back to, now mind you, some of this stuff may sound repetitive, but remember, I've told you for days that some of this may be repetitive, but these different sites, some of them give more context than others. Okay, so we last left off with them talking about, Ventura told prosecutors she had consensual sex with Combs after she accused him of rape. Who does that? Did he really rape her? I don't believe it, because you had consensual. Who's going to have consensual relations with somebody who raped you? That doesn't even make sense. The FaceTime call from her now husband happened during the consensual sex with Combs. So she's still trying to say that that's not when she said something about the grape. I think that's when she said something about the grape. Her husband probably knows that's when she said something about the grape. And they're going to have a very interesting discussion over this weekend, just like you all said in the chat. Okay, so now prosecutors asked Ventura about her settlement with Combs over the grape lawsuit after the defense suggested that she canceled her tour because of that. Okay, she says, after filing my suit, okay, we already know that part. Let me skip to it. She starts crying. Okay. She talks about the urinary tract infections. We already know about that part. You told the prosecutors you felt like you couldn't refuse Combs. She told prosecutors she felt like she was open to trying the freak offs and then changed her mind over time. Okay, we got that. I was worried for my safety, for my career, but I was still in love with him. That just didn't make any sense to me and still doesn't. Okay, now, from 11 minutes ago on Recross. Now, this is the defense questioning Ms. Ventura. Again, on Recross, the defense asked Ventura if she knew freak-offs were Combs' sexual preference. She says yes. They then asked if being Combs' girlfriend meant participated in them. She said, I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't know that was a rule. Okay, well, here's the thing. Cassie, beloved, you just told us days ago when you were speaking to the prosecution on direct exam. She literally said that Diddy spoke to her early in their relationship. Y'all remember, I can go back and pull the video. She literally said out of her mouth that early in their relationship, maybe a year in, I want to say, but he talked to her about swinging. That's what she said. Because remember, I almost had a hissy fit that she literally used the same word that his defense has been using this entire time. So that's basically confirming what he said, in my opinion. And I was so livid. So now she wants to say something different. And that's just not going to jive with me. Okay. You all can feel however you choose about it, but I'm not here for it because she's not telling the whole truth. And I do think that this is going to be coming back to bite the prosecution in the butt. Okay, we'll see what these next witnesses have to say. And the fact that she threatened to kill Jonathon Oddi and have Diddy kill him again after she killed him the first time, and then threatened allegedly to kill Diddy, named her child after Diddy. This all is sounding real crazy. Okay, how do you name your child after somebody who did all these things and put you through this hell? How do you still talk to this man while you're pregnant with another man's baby? How do you do that? It's just not adding up. And if it doesn't make any sense, like Judge Judy says, and I agree, if it doesn't make sense, it's usually a lie. Okay? So that's how I feel about that. So anyway, let me see what they have on Inner City Press. Okay, he's still not back yet. Come on, Matthew. What's going on here? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so now remember, the last thing that he said was, that they posted was sidebar. They needed a brief sidebar. Now, during the break, Agnifilo says, we object to the testimony of the witness after the special agent, John Richard. Don't object to that, Agnifilo. What are you doing? Don't object. Sit down. I want to hear what she has to say. Now, the judge says, why is this coming up at 3:30? What's going forward? You just address things before the courtroom. So why are submissions not in the dockets? Mark Agnifilo, let me hear what Don has to say. Please sit down somewhere at this point. So yeah, he doesn't want Don to testify, but here's the thing. Wait a second. You know why he doesn't want Don to participate? Why he doesn't want her to talk? Remember what I told you all. Prior bad acts. She's going to bring up prior bad acts from Diddy. But does he not realize this can help Diddy? The prior bad acts, they can be used on the appeal. Wait a second. I think I see what he's doing. Oh, Mark Agnifilo, you are so slick. Y'all, please pay attention. The defense is putting their best foot forward. Does the prosecution see what they're doing? Because I clearly see it. So Mark Agnifilo does know that this can work for them in the appeal. So what he's doing is he's asking the judge, no, don't let her talk. And he's being slick because he's asking at the last damn minute at 3:30, right before she's scheduled to go on the witness stand. He's doing this because he knows the judge is not gonna go along with it. The judge is gonna still let her testify. So now he's over there rubbing his hands and licking his chops. I bet you, because he knows this right here can get the entire case overturned if Diddy is convicted. This is why Harvey Weinstein's case got overturned. I've been telling you all this. Just remember you heard it here first, okay? This is absolutely nefarious. Mark Agnifilo knows what he is doing, okay? That was a slick move. I almost didn't even catch what he was doing. I'm like, wait a minute, how do you not know this is prior bad acts? And for those of you who missed it on the first broadcast, I broke down and thoroughly explained what prior bad acts is, and I've said it before, even before the trial even started. Okay, when I first heard that Don Richard was going to be testifying. At the end of the day, Harvey Weinstein got a whole new trial. And this time, he may not be convicted for all we know. It got overturned. So this is not good. Mark Agnifilo is smart. He's on it. He's objecting to her testifying at the last minute. Because here's the thing. If he really was concerned about her testifying, he would have done this earlier. He knew she was coming on today. He could have done this yesterday. He could have written a letter to the judge last night and sent it like they always do when they have a grievance to file, when they're trying to stop something, when they want to petition or motion something, or send a declaration or send a letter to the judge, okay, complaining. They didn't do any of that. Why didn't he do it? He's waiting to the last minute on purpose because he knows the judge is going to be like, listen, you should have been already done that. It's too late in the game. She's about to get on the stand. Now, this is going to work in their favor. Y'all, this is what I told you. This is what I dreaded. Diddy's going to get off probably. Even if he's convicted, they can go back on and get this whole thing overturned. Okay, they can go back and get this whole thing overturned. Vince I am saying, hashtag you heard it there first. Okay, I'm just through. I am absolutely just through. Okay. Nicole says, Queen never asked for much, but be putting in work. God is blessing her. Thank you, beloved. Thank you. Leon says she's lying, but I think she still wants Diddy. You know, I'm kind of thinking she does too, that she still has some sort of feelings for him. Okay. Wonder what her husband's thinking. Does her husband still want her after hearing this stuff? Because I don't think he knew a lot of these things that have come out. But I also don't think he's going to leave because they have all that money together. And the money went to her because those were her lawsuits. Now, but here's the thing. They are married. So this is now community property. Could he divorce her and get half? Maybe so. This is all crazy. Okay. Terry Hint said Queen can see through Cassie. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. And unlike some people, I'm going to tell the truth about it. All right. Claudette said it makes no sense. No, it doesn't. Leon said the lawyer gets some of the money. Of course he does. Absolutely. Hey, Dervis. Dervis said 100. Okay. Now, with that all being said, let me see what Dre Day's saying again. Hold on. Dr. Doom said Cassie and her husband going to have to watch their back for life. I don't know if this money will be worth it. Not watch their backs for life. Listen, I don't think they'll have to worry about that because all this stuff that Diddy's been doing allegedly is gonna have to come to an end after this. Definitely. Dre Day says, "Wow, I didn't know she named a child after him." Yes, her child's name is Frankie, her daughter, and that's the same name that Diddy would use. He would call himself Frank Black or Frank White when they would go to these hotel rooms to have these freak offs. So nobody would be nobody would be the wiser that he was actually booked there. Okay, so I'm waiting to see what the judge is going to say. The judge says, "Why is this coming up at 3:30 p.m.? Going forward, you just address things before the courtroom. So why are submissions not in the docket?" Yeah, why not, Mark Agnifilo? You think you're so slick? Well, clearly he is slick because he has done what he wanted to do. Okay, so now let's go back to CBS and see what they're saying over here. Okay, so the defense had another question for Ventura about an alleged settlement with the Intercontinental hotel. Prosecutors objected and she was dismissed. But she did get another $10 million from the hotel. Okay, so now I'm back at CNN. Let's go to the last. Okay, so last on CNN, they took a break. They said Special Agent Yasin Benda will be next to testify at 3:30. It is now 3:49, so he's already on the stand. They asked her about the $10 million. It was confirmed that she got it. Now, Special Agent Yasin Benda, the next witness, is expected to take about 45 minutes on the stand. Prosecutors said they want Dawn Richard to testify after Benda this afternoon because she flew across the country to be in court today. Lawyers and prosecutors are debating a previous court order that regulates what Richard can and cannot discuss in her upcoming testimony. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said Richard is expected to testify that she witnessed Combs be violent with Cassie Ventura and observed Combs and his security personnel with guns and in possession of and distributing drugs. She'll also say Combs' staff threatened her to stay silent about Combs' violence. Comey said Richard's testimony will only take about 30 minutes. Shortly after following the conclusion of Cassie Ventura's time testifying during Sean Diddy Combs' in the federal criminal trial, her lawyer, Douglas Wigder, read aloud a statement from Ventura outside the courthouse. Really? Let me see if we missed that. Hold on, beloveds. Let me go outside the courthouse. While I'm about to pull this up, you all enjoy the sounds of this jazz that I posted.
Lights shining down in the moonlight, girl, can't help but feel this connection flow with every move. Do along the floor where you smile.
Okay, here we go.
Coming from the cross examination that we're able to pass along to you, always worldwide on Live Now from Fox, giving you these updates to the best of our abilities here.
I'm going to rewind to see. Here it is. Here's Douglas Wigder. Just rewind it back so we don't miss a beat. Here he is. Day 5. They need to turn his mic up. Hopefully they'll notice that we can't hear him. Vince, I am so nefarious, okay? So don't make me come to the UK, Vince. Don't even make me do it. Says, Queen, you better book a flight to Costa Rica or the fifth dimension soon. Not the fifth dimension. Okay, honey, if Diddy gets out, I'm on the run. Please pay attention. These comments are hilarious. Mm-hmm.
Again, worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox. Great to be with you. Host Mike Page continuing to look for more updates for you to get you these major testimony exchanges with Cassie. And now redirect back with the prosecution. Again, I want to read off as this is what the defense ended the cross-examination by having Cassie read yet more text messages. In an attempt to show jurors that she was a willing participant in Combs's freak-off lifestyle of drug-fueled sex marathons, the defense had her read another exchange. In the exchange in September of 2012, Combs told Cassie he wanted to FO one last time using initials for freak-offs. What? Cassie said. You can't read? Combs replied. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be for the first time for the rest of our lives, Cassie told him. The defense ended her questioning there, but prosecutor Emily Johnson, questioning Cassie in a phase of testimony known as redirect, had Cassie read more of the messages to provide additional context. I want to see you, but I'm emotional right now, Cassie told Combs. I don't want to do one last time. I'd rather not do it.
I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I'm glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me, for my growing family. Then I have a statement from Alex Fine. Over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife, freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her. So, to him and all of those who helped him along the way, please know this: you did not. You did not break her spirit nor her smile that lights up every room. You did not break the souls of a mother who gives the best hugs and plays the silliest games with our little girls. You did not break the woman who has made me a better man. I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she has loved me. Her life is now surrounded by love, laughter, and our family. This horrific chapter is forever put behind us, and we will not be making additional statements. We appreciate all of the love and support we have received, and we ask that you respect our privacy as we welcome our son into a world that is now safer because of his love. Thank you, everybody. We really appreciate the media's attention to this case as well. Thank you. I'll answer a few questions if I can. There's probably a lot of questions that I won't be able to answer, so I apologize. Can you tell us about the intercontinental settlement?
What did you make of the defense questioning Cassie's credibility throughout this?
You know, I don't want to get into the province of what the jury is going to be deliberating on in this case. And all I would say and repeat is that my view as her lawyer, a witness to this case and not a party, is that she was brutally honest. She was candid, and she told how it was.
Can you tell us about the intercontinental settlement that was just revealed in court?
I can't speak about that. The record is the record in the court, and I can't speak.
Miss BBC, I mean, you obviously saw her as she came off of the stand each day. Diddy was there in court. I mean, can you just give us a sense of what she was like coming off the stand?
Resilient, is a word that comes to mind. She is a remarkable person. I mean, I've been representing victims, and I don't like to rank clients because they're all amazing people in their own right. But I have to say, in the last year and a half that I've known Cassie, I can't think of another person that I've met like her. In her not only her truth, but in having everything that she's gone through in the 10 years or so with Sean Combs, her drug addiction, her recovery, to be able to come into this courtroom and testify for the last week on these very graphic subjects is a true testament to her character.
How anxious is she for the outcome?
How much money did she get off of this?
She said on cross-examination that she does not hate Mr. Combs, and that when she looks back on their relationship, she still has some love for what they share. Could you explain that dynamic?
It's a dynamic, I think, that'll be explained further in this case, perhaps through the expert witness, but it's a complex situation, obviously. I think we all know and can appreciate that there are many women, as I'm speaking here today, who are used by people who they love. They had a 10-year relationship. I think she readily admitted that there were some good times in that relationship, but that doesn't that does not obviously permit someone to do the things that she testified to her, and to control her, and to subject her to physical and mental abuse that she suffered.
The last thing she said, hello, Mr. Woodard, thank you. I think when she ended her redirect this afternoon, she said she would give the $20 million back if she never had to do a freak off again. Speak to that, because I believe that was a very powerful moment in her testimony today.
It certainly was, and I believe it to be true. Cassie wanted to file that lawsuit because she wanted people who suffer in silence to be able to come forward and to give people confidence that they could do that.
Now, I'm sorry, I have to call Cap. Douglas Wigner, please sit down somewhere. Okay, are y'all hearing this? He said she wanted to file the lawsuit so that people wouldn't have to suffer in silence. The lady filed the lawsuit because Diddy wouldn't give her the money otherwise. She literally was negotiating with him for 6 months. She literally was negotiating with him and his team for 6 months. She sent them a portion of the book that she started writing when she was in rehab. Remember, isn't that what they said? She started writing this book when she was in rehab, and she told Diddy that she's going to publish this book about him and the goings on of their relationship if he didn't pay. Okay? With that all being said, when Diddy refused to pay, she filed the lawsuit. So please, let's not sit here and try to act like she's so concerned about other victims. People who are concerned about other victims go to the police. That's where they go. That's just a fact, and I really don't care who's mad. At the end of the day, people who are concerned about other victims or other people being victimized by the same person who they allege victimized them go straight to the police, and then they can go file a civil suit. If you go file a civil suit, that's just it. You're not trying to get justice. You're trying to get paid. Not that you shouldn't get paid if you had damages or punitive or whatever. But the bottom line is, if you really were concerned about other people than yourself, you would have gone to the police. Okay, so stop the cap, Mr. Wigdor. Okay, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. He's trying to paint Cassie as some woman who just did the best she could do to save everybody else. No, she didn't. She was only concerned about herself. Please pay attention.
That, and I have no doubt in my mind that if she could change her life and this never would have happened, she would very thankfully give up that large sum of money.
Mr. Wigdor, do you think after all of this, after she's given birth, that she wants to go back into the entertainment business, or would she rather just put this whole chapter behind her? What's in store for her future?
I think it's too early to tell. She's obviously a great person, talented person, and so I think right now she's focused on her family, putting this behind her, giving birth to a healthy child, and then see what the next chapter of her life is going to be.
Is there any
I have to go, so thank you very much. Thank you.
But is she giving birth
In the coming days, yeah. Thank you.
Prepare
Thank you.
yourself for any outcome in this trial.
All right, so that was Attorney Douglas Wigdor. I think he's a good attorney, but at the end of the day, I'm not believing it. I'm not buying what he's selling. That's just me. Okay, so now let's go back. So where are we here? Trying to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, I'll be glad. I'm glad this is going to be over in an hour because, y'all, I'm getting sleepy. The poor little old queen's getting sleepy, guys. I told you all this morning in the first chat that I was sleepy. I didn't get enough rest last night. Okay? So the first thing I'm going to do when this is over is take a nap. And I'm going to be back at 9, though, for the breakdown for anybody or for anything that we missed. Okay? So stay tuned. All right. So thank God it's the weekend is all I'm saying. I need my rest. Okay, so the jury's back in the courtroom. Special Agent Yasin Benda takes the stand. Here we go. Douglas Wigdor, Cassie's attorney, read a statement. Okay, we already went through that part. Okay, and here's the thing. Alex and Cassie's statements were already written before today, because they knew that she's going to have to testify. And so likely their statements were prepared previously. Okay, so not today, but at the end of the day, I think her and Alex may just have a serious talk when they get home. But Alex isn't going anywhere because they have that $30 million. 20 from Diddy and clearly 10 from the Intercontinental Hotel, which is interesting because I thought they said that hotel didn't even exist anymore. Isn't that what they said? I could have sworn they said that at some point, but anyway. The next witness is a special agent who handled logistics for Combs' 2024 arrest. Prosecutor Madison Smizer is questioning Yasin Benda, a Homeland Security Investigation special agent who works in the Human Trafficking Division at the department. Benda confirmed that she handled the logistics of the Sean Diddy Combs arrest on September the 16th of 2024. She said she searched the room at the Park Hyatt where Combs was staying. All right. Now, let me just say this. For those of you who are new to the channel, I told you all earlier that I have made some predictions and they've come true. One of the things that I also predicted is that Diddy would be arrested mid to late September. And Diddy was arrested September the 16th. Okay, so please pay attention. All right, with that all being said, my spiritual gifts are on point. Because for one, I do fasting and praying, and that enhances your spiritual gifts. So all of you, I want you to know that you all have spiritual gifts. I think we all do. Some of us just aren't tapped into them, but you need to tap into them because these are like superpowers. Okay. A lot of times I know things before they happen. Okay. So please pay attention. Now I'm going to do a reading on Diddy tonight and Cassie, and I'm going to see where this trial leads, where this trial is all going to. All right. So that all been said, Durana said, Queen. Yes, you did, Queen. Thank you. Okay. Vince I am said, I remember you predicting that, Queen. Thank you. RG Time said, that's true, Queen. Thank you. April said, sure did, Queen. Thank you. So y'all just pay attention because here's the thing. This is why I complain about other YouTubers with bigger platforms copying my talking points. This is why they do it, because I have accurate information. I do thorough research, and also I'm prophetic. So sometimes I just know things before anybody else knows them, even the media. And here's the thing. Let me point this out. When you all say that sometimes the media copies my talking points, they literally do. And some of the new people may think that they're joking about it, but really, they have copied my talking points. It's a fact. Let me give you two examples. The first example was in 2021, February of 2021, I broke a story about Black Lives Matter collecting $90 million in 2020 and not giving any of that money to the families of the victims. They kept it for themselves, okay? And I said they have never given that money to the families. They gave Michael Brown Sr., down there in Ferguson, they gave him like $500. That's it. The rest of that money they kept for themselves. Okay, so that really annoyed me, but I brought that up. Okay, Vince I am said the BML donation. See, there you go. I still have that video footage. So here's the thing. I want you all to pay attention. After I broke that story, it was 3 days later. The mainstream media comes out talking about, oh, Black Lives Matter collected $90 million and they give it to the people. Then they now want to talk about it. They got all my talking points. Black Lives Matter at this point had been in existence for 7 years. In the 7-year history of Black Lives Matter, no one ever, besides myself, had ever talked about where the money was going to. I was trying to prove that they were a fraudulent organization, that they really didn't have the best interests of people who look like me. It was all a whole grift. Okay. And so that all being said, they used every one of my talking points. They absolutely watch me. This is how you know that I'm shadow banned. Because if my channel is only 30,000 plus subscribers, how are they following my channel? Because I have way more than 30,000 subscribers and I have way more than the views that they're showing. And here's what they told me when I took YouTube to court. Okay. When I had to get my channel back, the lady that represented them told me that, hey, it doesn't matter how many channels that you create, we're going to know it's you because you got your IP address. And I said, okay. So when we went to the mediation room, the lady says to me, what would it take for you all to just, amicably resolve this lawsuit? Because I was suing them for cash. And she says, what would it take? And I said, here's the thing. All they need to do is stop shadow banning me. Okay. If they just stop shadow banning me, that's more important than the money for me, because I want to be able to reach my audience and reach my people who want to hear what I have to say. And you know what she told me, the lady from ScrewTube? She says, we don't shadow ban people. We don't even know what that is. I said, really? Funny, because if I type it in on Google, it absolutely tells me what it is. And I'm not the first one that's accused you all of shadow banning, and I'm not the first one to file a lawsuit. Okay, so with that all being said, here's the thing. Right as the judge, she saw that I was beating the pants off of them because I had all the proof and receipts that I had been collecting on them for at least 2 years. Okay, so that all being said, when she saw it wasn't going in their favor, she pulls out a paper and she says, Your Honor, I'm going to have to, object because this was not filed in the correct jurisdiction. It was filed in Fulton County in Atlanta, but it wasn't filed in California, and that's where we have to be sued at. So she gave the judge this paper showing that as to be their policy. But here's the thing. If I'm filing a civil suit against them, I don't have to do it in California because YouTube is global. You can sue them from anywhere. Why would you have to go to California? Now, if you're suing them in federal court, you'd have to go to California. But if you're just a civil suit, no, that's absolutely not true. Because I know people who've sued them in civil suits. And guess what those people told me? They won the civil suits, but still to this day have not gotten paid. And that's on Vox. Please pay attention. Okay, so I'm just telling y'all that the shadow banning of people who look like me, who speak too much truth to power, is real. Okay, please pay attention. And they can't stand the queen, but at the end of the day, they know that I'll take them to court. And I just might be taking them back again soon. Please pay attention. Okay, now with that all being said, it is what it is. This is their platform, and I'm just a content creator on here trying to do what I can do. Okay, so RK says, yes, you did, Queen. I remember. Thank you, beloved. Okay. I mean, they just won't let me be great. At the end of the day, they don't want to pay me. That's why they lie about my subscribers. That's why they constantly unsubscribe people every live. That's why they shadow ban me by hiding the true amount of views, the true amount of subscribers. And here's the thing. I want you all to pay attention. Now, look at my views and see how they're almost consistent every day. Every day, they're almost the same. How the hell is my views almost the same every day? How is that possible? You mean to tell me that nobody else is ever looking at the views except for the same people? Of course not. That's all cap, and they know it. But at the end of the day, like I said, it is what it is. I'm still going to be posting because I love my audience, okay? Now, Locked Vegan said, Queen is smarter than the average bear. Why they playing? Shaking my head. Thank you, beloved. Now, let me tell you another instance of when the lamestream media copied my talking points. That's when, back in 2020, I think it was, I did a video about the zombie apocalypse. Okay, true story. You all remember it. I still have the video. I even posted it on another one of my channels. So here's the thing, the zombie apocalypse. I thought it was very interesting when I discovered with my research that the CDC had a zombie apocalypse preparedness. Okay, program, like a whole thing, like a list of things that you need to have in case there's a zombie apocalypse, all these things you need to have and all of this. And then the Pentagon had one. So I'm saying to myself, what in the hell are they talking about, a zombie apocalypse? Are there people that are going to turn into actual zombies? Then I thought about something. I said, hold on, wait a minute. There was an incident years ago in Florida where a man literally chewed off the face of a homeless man. That man acted like a whole zombie. Now, at the time, they lied and told us that it was bath salts that the man was high off of. His girlfriend said he wasn't taking any type of illegal substances. She said that he did smoke Mary Jane every now and then, but the day that he left her house, he was carrying a Bible. And he was not doing any bath salts. So upon further research, I found out that there was another person who did the same thing. I believe it also was in Florida. Now, this man who did the first zombie attack was a black man. And then there was a younger white man, like 19 years old, who was at a restaurant with his family. He decides to leave for whatever reason. And then he walks down the street. There's a couple in their garage, like just enjoying the night air. He goes and attacks them and starts trying to eat their faces. So then comes out through some further research I did that there was some type of military experiment going on. So then I'm putting all this together because y'all know I love to connect the dots and put the pieces of the puzzle together. And then so I'm thinking, wait a minute, this happened. That's zombie, that's like zombie attacks. And now they're talking about zombie apocalypse and they have a zombie preparedness thing. What is this all about? So I do a video on it and I'm telling everybody about it. Guess what? 2 or 3 days later, the mainstream media is talking about it. But here's what they do to try to discredit what I said. They act like it's a big joke. They're like, oh, people are saying there's a zombie apocalypse, from CDC and the Pentagon, And then they say, oh, this isn't for really, because there actually is one and it was on their website. It may still be on there. But here's what they said. They said, this isn't for a real zombie apocalypse. This is really for hurricanes. The only reason they use the word zombie apocalypse is because that's real trendy in pop culture. Okay, because of that show, The Walking Dead, they tried to play it off and they were laughing like it was a big joke. That wasn't no damn joke. Okay, y'all trust me when I tell you they had that stuff up there for a reason. Okay, and if it was a hurricane, why were they telling us that we need to have guns and food supplies and all this other stuff? Okay, please pay attention. That's what it was saying. Okay, I'm not making this up. At the end of the day, that's what it said. Why do we need guns for a hurricane? Okay, I want y'all to pay attention. And since when in the history of the United States, when they're reporting on hurricanes, are they talking about a zombie apocalypse? Makes no sense, right? But they came back and tried to cover that up because I exposed it. That's part of the reason why I'm shadow banned. So please pay attention. Now, let's continue. Let's continue with these updates. Okay, so here's where we are. Here is where we are. Hold on. Okay, so 17 minutes ago, hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing nothing here. Okay, so the jury came back 24 minutes ago. Agent Yasin Benda, okay, Cassie's attorney. Okay, 18 minutes ago, prosecutor Madison Schmeiser is questioning Yasin Benda, a Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent who works in the Human Trafficking Division at the department. Benda confirmed that she handled the logistics of Sean Diddy Combs' arrest in September of 2016. September 16th of 2024. And she said that she searched the room at the Park Hyatt where he was staying. Now, remember what they found in there. They found those illegal substances called 2C that they say Diddy was taking, okay? The pink Coca-Cola. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So she says that she found that, right? Okay, so then it says, Cassie Ventura finished her time on the stand today, answering questions from both sides of Sean Diddy Combs' federal criminal trial. Her testimony wrapped up after 20 hours over 4 days on the witness stand. That's a long time, 20 hours. That's a lot. Okay, on Friday, she testified more about physical abuse at the hands of Combs and the rug-fueled freak-offs that happened over the course of their more than a decade-long relationship. When Combs' defense attorney finished her main cross-examination of Ventura, Combs stood and hugged his lawyer when she returned to the defense table. Okay, now, The defense said Ventura said she believes Combs was intoxicated, but said she couldn't objectively define whether he was in a blackout when he dragged and kicked her in a March 2016 assault video captured by hotel surveillance cameras. Ventura also accused Combs of other controlling behavior, testifying that he would take her phone and passport when he was angry at her. That's what the defense said. Now, here's what the prosecution said upon redirect. Ventura said there were times Combs didn't remember physically abusing her, but there were times when he was pretty aware of what he was doing. She also added it was just who he was, and that's how she had seen him, or that she had seen him be violent with other people. Okay, so now, is that it? Hold on. Okay, so here's the last one is from 8 minutes. Hold on, is this the last one? This is the last one from 8 minutes ago. Cassie Ventura, key witness in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, and his ex-girlfriend wrapped up testimony today after 4 days on the stand, but her account is only one piece of the puzzle for prosecutors to prove that Combs is guilty in his federal criminal trial. According to Paul Martin, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, he says, I think this is just one part of the case. She is a linchpin, and it's not the entire case. And there will be other witnesses that will come in to either corroborate her testimony. There will be other witnesses who will corroborate these free thoughts and whether force was used or not used. But she is definitely a very compelling witness because of the relationship she had with Mr. Combs. Prosecutors over the next few weeks will still need to prove Combs engaged in racketeering as trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution with a P. All charges the rap mogul has pleaded not guilty to. This is a case about a RICO, Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, and whether there's a pattern or a behavior of activities that was the violence that force or the violence to force SEX out of this young lady. This is what Martin said. Now, here's the last one from 1 minute ago. The jury is seeing images from the search of Sean Diddy Combs' New York hotel, his hotel room in 2024 after his arrest. The images were taken by Yasin Benda, the special agent currently testifying in Combs' federal criminal trial. The jury saw photos of the expansive Park Hyatt hotel room and Ziploc bags filled with Johnson's baby oil and lubricant, which were recovered from bags in an entryway closet. Couldn't live without that baby oil, Diddy. All nefarious. Let me continue. More bottles of baby oil and lubricant were found in the bathroom and elsewhere in the room. Still trying to have freak-offs when you're under a whole RICO investigation. Now, this is nefarious. Now, so the jury saw a photo of the collected oils. How embarrassed is Diddy? Just a freak for no reason at this point. Okay. The jury also saw a photo of a lightning device that was found in the living room. Benda said that she would describe it as potentially mood lighting. Now, I believe it because Cassie talked about mood lighting, how he set the mood, wanted candles and lights and all that. I think the lights he wanted were red. Jonathon Oddi even said the same thing in his 2018 confession when he was interrogated by the police. He said that Diddy would set the mood and put lights and all that stuff. Or maybe he said it in the recent video. I don't remember, but he definitely said it on that video that I showed you all earlier. So a bottle of medication with the name Frank Black was found in a Louis Vuitton bag on a nightstand in the bedroom. Benda testified. The label on the bottle said the medication was clonazepam. I don't know how to pronounce this, but I'm about to look this up in a second, so y'all sit tight. Okay, it said it was a medication called clonazepam. 2 little bags with pink powder were found inside another bottle of medication in a nightstand in the bedroom. The pink powder in one of the bags tested positive for ketamine, and the other tested positive for MDMA and ketamine, according to a stipulation read in the court. Okay, this sounds like some sort of narcotic, perhaps. Clonazepam. I'm about to look this up. Okay, I'm about to look this up real quick and see what this is, honey. and how to pronounce it. Likes up, everyone. Please like and share. Now, while I'm looking this up, I'm going to turn this volume on for you all in case they're talking on here.
2010, previously on Direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in freak-offs, but was afraid that he would be upset. The defense is bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They are also most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing freak-offs and not being forced into doing so, like the prosecutor did allege a couple of days ago.
Beloveds, you all listen to this. So it's pronounced clonazepam. Clonazepam, spelled C-L-O-N-A-Z-E-P-A-M, clonazepam. And here is what this is. Y'all listen, because this is interesting to me. It says it can cause paranoid or suicidal with an S, ideation, and impair memory, judgment, and coordination. Combining with this with other substances, particularly alcohol, can slow breathing and possibly lead to death. Do y'all hear this? Do y'all hear this? Diddy was playing some dangerous games with his life. He's lucky to be alive as far as I'm concerned. He was taking this and drinking alcohol, I'm sure, and then mixing it with other illegal substances. And it clearly says this combined with other substances, particularly alcohol, can slow breathing and possibly lead to death. Diddy, you already had one OD. You already OD'd once in 2012. What are you doing? Okay, this is all nefarious. All right, I just want y'all to pay attention. With that all being said, what is really going on here? Now, let me go back to Inner City News or Inner City Press. Okay, it looks like they haven't posted. Oh, here we go. Okay, AUSA Smizer says, and this is what it is. Agent Bender said bags of pink powder found in the medicine bottle, stipulations shown agreeing that it was found and tested by Customs and Border Patrol labs. See, this is the thing. I told you all that baby oil couldn't have had GHB in it because I told you the feds, if they confiscated that much baby oil, they absolutely did some testing on that stuff. Okay, so they said they tested it. It was tested by Customs and Border Patrol at a lab. Okay, AUSA says, reading from the STIP, says the pink powder was found to be ketamine and MDMA in a bottle. Okay, physical evidence is passed around to the jury. Then the photo is shown. AUSA Smizer says, what was found in the black mini backpack? Agent Bender said $9,000. AUSA said, please take the cash out of the bag. Agent Bender starts fanning out the bills. He starts fanning out the bills. Where's this all going, Diddy? Why did you have $9,000 in cash? Was Diddy about to have a freak off? Because that's what it sounds like. Like he was back in New York at that hotel to have a freak off, and he probably thought he was going to have time to do it because, remember, he was supposed to turn himself in the next day, but they beat him to the punch and came and decided to lock him up beforehand. Okay, it's absolutely nefarious. Okay, absolutely nefarious. Mel says unbelievable. It absolutely is. Durana said ketamine is given right before surgery. And here's the thing, beloved, ketamine is also what killed Elijah. What was his last name? You remember the young man Elijah that died in Aurora, Colorado by the police? What was his last name? Elijah McClain. Wasn't that his last name? Let me just double check. That's what they injected him with. Elijah. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Here it is right here. Elijah McClain, a 23-year-old black man who died in 2019 after being stopped by police in Aurora, Colorado. He was walking home from a convenience store. Absolutely. Okay, they called 911. The officers placed him in a chokehold, okay, in a carotid type chokehold, ketamine injection. After the chokehold, paramedics injected McClain with ketamine, a powerful sedative. This is another dangerous substance. But if you remember, I had Jonathon Oddi on here. I interviewed him. Jonathon Oddi is the man that was a former publicist to Rihanna, and he had this beef with Jay-Z. He testified that, I'm not testified, he said when I interviewed him that many people in the music industry were addicted to ketamine and using this stuff, okay? This is all nefarious. And then Sheila says Matthew Perry too. Yes, may he rest in peace because he lost his life dealing with this stuff, okay? And so somebody said that clonazepam or clonazepam, how did I say to pronounce it? Clonazepam, I think. Okay. Somebody said that it was a benzodiazepine. Yeah, it is. And this is a class of medications that act as central nervous system depressants. They enhance the effect of a neurotransmitter called gamma aminobutyric or gamma aminobutyric acid, also known as GABA, in the brain, which helps to reduce neuronal excitability and produces a calming effect. So this is supposed to calm you down. It can cause drowsiness, dizziness, and the potential for dependence and withdrawal symptoms if stopped abruptly. So Diddy was still doing these illegal substances. Diddy really needs help. He may be off of it now because he's been in jail for so long. Okay, but clearly nefarious, honey, at the end of the day. I wonder if the prosecution is going to, in fact, say that this is what led him to have all these issues that he has. Okay, please pay attention. What's going on here? Okay, hold on. My computer's acting real crazy. Like, what is going on here? Okay, so anyway, that all being said, I'm going to stop the share for a second if I can. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? This computer seems to be frozen. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Queen Sam said, is this what Kanye is on? Honey, Kanye's on that laughing gas, okay? That's what he's on, the laughing gas. And he's suing his dentist for giving it to him. All right, Pisces Moonbeam Oracle says, all facts, Queen. Not Pisces Moonbeam Oracles. Hey, beloved. All right, shout out to all the Pisces in the house because y'all know the Queens of Pisces. And Moonbeam Oracles. Now, that's interesting because Pisces are psychics. Y'all know that, right? Pisces are psychics, okay? We are the sign of the psychic, and here's the thing. Everybody has a birth number, and Pisces, I'm not birth number. We all have that too, but everybody also has a birthstone. Pisces birthstone is, in fact, amethyst. And amethyst, if you look it up and do your research, it is the stone of the psychic, and that's why it's our birthstone. Also, Pisces are multi-talented people. Please pay attention. Now, with that all being said, thank you, beloved. Okay, here goes Sheila. Sheila says, yes, Pisces in the house, March 1st. Okay, y'all know me. I'm February the 27th. Okay. Pisces Moonbeam Oracle says, yes, preach. Okay. Now, speaking of the moons, y'all know I do my full moon rituals. There was a flower moon a few days ago. Okay. The lovely T said, yes, they are, Queen. Okay. Aqua Girl Rising said, Aquamarine too, Queen. Absolutely. Okay. Terry Hinn says, I'm happy I'm a Pisces. Yes. Now, the nefarious thing about Pisces is we can be petty, pettier than most. Okay, we take petty down to the ground. Okay, when they go low, we go lower. We do the limbo. All right, and y'all know the Queen has done the limbo. Y'all seen me do it. Y'all seen me be petty and all of that, which I'm trying to get past my pettiness. Okay, it's hard, people. It's hard. I'm working on myself. Please pay attention. Okay, Claudette said, this is my youngest. This is true. My youngest daughter, my youngest son. I'm sorry. My youngest son is a Pisces. Okay, great. Okay, Nicole said, what about Tauruses? Tauruses are nefarious, okay? No, actually, Tauruses can be quite stubborn, okay? Once they set their mind on something, it's very hard to change it. They can't be swayed. Vince I Am, don't you even start with me talking about, hold on, Vince I Am, do I need to come down to the UK and pay you a visit? Says like Petty LaBelle, who I'm scared of. Yeah, that's my nickname, you guys, Petty LaBelle, for all of you who are new to the channel. It absolutely is. Okay, so now with that all being said, let me go back to Twitter because I had to close that out because my computer was acting crazy. My computer's been acting crazy for the first few days. For the last few days, because first of all, every time I close it out and I have to restart start the computer, like turn it on, it hold on, what is this? OMG, Diddy's bodyguard just revealed he's the one who poisoned Jamie Foxx. This is probably some BS. This would be all over the news. Okay, somebody posted this on X. Okay, so now with that all being said, let's see if we have any more updates. 16 minutes ago, that's the last one where they were talking about the stuff that was in the bottle. Hold on. Let me refresh so I can see if anything else came up. Okay. Let me show you all something. Somebody posted this meme about ketamine on X. And I guess this is what it makes you do. Y'all see that? It's so nefarious. Just imagine Diddy sitting there doing that all by himself in the dark. Strange. Okay, so anyway, nothing yet from Inner City Press. Okay, so let's go to CNN and see what they're talking about. Likes up, everyone. Please, please don't forget to share. To like and share. It's very important that we show engagement for the channel. Okay, so, okay, here we have it. All right, hold on. Okay, the last we were talking about was those 2 bags of the pink powder. That was 9 minutes ago. Okay, so here's the next from 1 minute ago. Special Agent Yasin Benda testified that $9,000 in cash was found in a black fanny pack hanging off the bed in Sean Diddy Combs' hotel room. The jury saw a photo of the fanny pack. At Prosecutor Madison Smizer's request, Benda took the cash out of the fanny pack that was in the evidence bag, fanning it all out for the jury to see. The jury also passed around an evidence bag holding the 2 bags of ketamine and MDMA pink powder that they said were found in the hotel room. So where are they going with this? Are they trying to prove that Diddy was still doing illegal substances? Because that might actually help the defense. Prosecutor Madison Smizer has finished up her direct questioning of Special Agent Yasin Benda. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos is up to cross-examine Benda, who just testified about the search of Sean Diddy Combs' hotel room following his 2024 arrest. Let's do it, Teeny. Let's do it, Teeny. Y'all know I like Mark Garagos, so of course I like his daughter, Teeny. Mark Garagos is a very good attorney. One of the best as far as I'm concerned. Okay? AJ said Leo's for life. Okay? I'm the boss here said, OMG, I love a Leo. I like Leos too. Now, Scorpios, they're some freaky freaks like Diddy. Not saying they'll go that far, but they are some freaks, okay? So I've heard, okay? So I've heard. Okay, so the last update was from 4 minutes ago. Now let's go to CNN and see what, not CNN, CBS, and see what they have, if anything. Okay, so hold on, what is this?
Cassie Ventura took the stand for a 4th day. The defense continued its cross-examination of Sean Combs' former girlfriend. Audio was played in court of a conversation Ventura recorded between her and another man who alleged to have seen or had a sexually explicit video at Ventura. Ventura is repeatedly heard asking the man to tell her exactly what he saw, asking, where is it? At one point threatening him, shouting, it's my expletive life and I'll kill you. I will cut you up and put you in the expletive dirt right now. I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. More messages were also displayed between Combs and Ventura where she says she loves him. The defense challenged her about the timeline of the alleged rape she testified on direct about, alleging Combs raped her while she cried and said no after dinner in August of 2018. The defense argued Ventura told the government and wrote in her 2023 civil lawsuit that it happened in September of 2018. Texts were then displayed between Ventura and Combs from August 2018, where she sends him a heart emoji and other messages. The defense also noted in text messages between the two that followed the alleged rape, "You don't say the last time we saw each other, you raped me, right?" "Right," Ventura testified. The defense also asked her about consensual sex she said she had with Combs in September of 2018. The defense noted she received an incoming FaceTime call from her now husband that she did not answer back then while she was with Combs. Ventura was asked if she hated Combs. She replied, quote, "I don't hate him." "You still have love for him?" the defense asked. "I have love for what the past was," she testified. Ventura will be on the stand for the rest of the day.
Okay, that's all interesting because at the end of the day, I wouldn't have love for that past after the nefarious things that she claims Diddy did. Trayvon says November 15th is my solar return day. No Diddy though. Oh, because you're a nefarious Scorpio. Okay, if you say no Diddy, beloved. All right. Pisces Moonbeam Oracle says, all jokes aside, we all have a sun, moon, and rising, which play a massive role in who we are, along with our chart. Can't generalize, but she's not wrong. Thank you, beloved. This is all true. And let me just tell you all a fun fact. So for those of you who've been following me, you already know this. You've heard me say it before. And those of you who follow the spiritual channel, you've also heard it. This is not something that I was taught. This is not something I read somewhere or got from research. Sometimes the Most High sends me downloads. I call them epiphanies. But here's the thing. You know, for those of you who follow me, you know that I have a lot of esoteric and metaphysical knowledge because I'm very spiritual. And with that being said, I sometimes tell you different stories. I've told you a myriad of stories on the spiritual channel and even on here about the esoteric meaning of some of the biblical allegories, because that's what they are. Many of the stories in the Bible are allegorical and not to be taken literally. They have secret hidden meanings and messages. And just to prove my point, if you go to Galatians, and I believe it's Galatians, the 4th chapter, 24th verse, it says these things too are an allegory. Okay, so it literally tells you in the Bible that they're allegories. And that's why if you go into a public library, the Bible is found in the fiction section, okay, because the stories are allegorical for the most part. There are a few stories in there that are absolutely, you can take literally, but most of it has to do with allegories, okay? So that all being said, here's something that I came up with that nobody ever taught me. The Most High sent me this. So, you know, when you say the Lord's Prayer, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Well, here's the thing about that. When they're talking about thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, they're actually talking about the zodiac wheel. Okay, there's 12. Well, actually, there's 88 constellations. Out of the 88 constellations, there's 12 of them that fall in the direct path of the sun. Okay, they fall in the direct path of the sun. And those constellations that fall in that path of the sun are the 12 that we're all born under. We're all born under one. And these are in the, you know, in the Bible where it says, in my Father's house are many mansions. First of all, that doesn't make sense if you take it literally, because how are you going to put a mansion inside of a house? Okay, so when they're talking about in my Father's house are many mansions, they're literally talking about the house of the zodiac. And the many mansions are the different zodiac signs that we're all born under. So when they say in the Lord's Prayer, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, they're talking about God's will on earth, which is the will that we have, free will, and the will that God gives us, but also on earth as it is in heaven. In heaven, God's will is the zodiac will. And the reason it's the same on earth as it is in heaven is because those 12 zodiacs that follow the direct path of the sun dictate our characteristics and our personalities. That's why you'll see that people that have the same zodiac sign as you have some of the exact same characteristics as you. Now, we won't be all just alike because we all have our own thoughts, belief systems, mores, values, and all of those things, and different things that we learn, you know, learned behavior and things that we inherit. But there are very, you know, common things that we all have with the same signs that are like us. Okay, so please pay attention. All right, now that being said, That's something that the Most High gave me. Like I said, I never read that anywhere. At the end of the day, that's something that I absolutely came up with. And that's how I knew that someone was stealing my talking points when they gave a whole webinar saying what I said. And the people came back and said, hey, Queen, she's stealing your talking points and selling it. This is what people do. Okay. Now, with that all being said, let's go back to the court. And Daniela says, new to your channel, I appreciate your knowledgeable and entertaining commentary on this trial. Shout out to my fellow Scorpios. Thank you, beloved. Okay, Daniela, thank you for tuning in, beloved. Thank you for your kind words and also your insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, so with that all being said, Vince I Am says facts on box, Queen. Okay. So songwriter Sunny says, I think David killed Goliath using a gun. We just wasn't familiar with it because it was a hidden secret for obvious reasons. Songwriter Sunny, are you being serious right now? Because that was not, he didn't use a gun. That whole story is allegorical, beloved. And here's the thing. Let me just tell you all one more. Okay, so think about Samson and Delilah. How they said Samson gets his strength in his hair. Okay, you literally do get your strength from your hair. You see, people who have hair like mine, this type of hair, it grows in the direction of the sun. Okay, and this hair is full of melanin. All right, so with that being said, our hair grows in the direction of the sun because it's our spiritual antennas. This is basically an extension of our central nervous system. This is how we connect with the divine. This is how we connect with the Most High. And this is why people who are Jamaicans, for the most part, there's other cultures that do it too, I'm sure, but specifically the Jamaicans, who I know more about, this is why when they grow their locks, they don't cut them, because your hair doesn't give you physical strength, but it does give you mental strength and mental clarity. And the longer your natural hair is, the more mental clarity you have and the more in tune your spiritual gifts. Okay? With that all being said, Pisces Moonbeam Oracle says, so well said and all true. Thank you, beloved. Okay? So now with that all being said, I'm the boss here said, us Sagittarius are funny. One of my sons is a Sagittarius, okay? And the other one's a Capricorn. To me, they're both nefarious, okay? All right, so that all been said, let's continue. Durrani says, speak, Queen. Thank you, beloved. All right, so let's see what we have going on here. Let me go back to Inner City Press and see what they're talking about over there. Okay, so here we go. 5 minutes ago, this came out. Okay, so the last thing we talked about was the pink powder that was found and the ketamine and the MDMA in the bottle. Okay, so 5 minutes ago, AUSA says, who is depicted in this photo? John Richard is on the stand. Wait a minute, did I miss anything? Let me go back, hold on. Oh, right, because they said that they were done with the detective or the agent. Okay, so John Richard has now entered the chat. She's on the stand. Who is depicted in this photo? This is AUSA, the prosecution. John Richard says Cassie. AUSA says in 2009, did you observe an incident between Puff and Cassie? John Richard says she was attacked by Sean Combs, kicked. AUSA says, did you see more violence by him against Cassie? John Richard said often. Okay. Then they show a photo of Diddy, Dirty Money. AUSA says, when you were a member of this group, or when were you a member of this group? Don Richard says 2009 to 2011. AUSA says the incident in 2009 when Sean Combs beat Cassie, where was it? Don Richard said in Sean Combs' LA home. We were recording. Ooh, honey, it's about to get down to the nitty gritty. Okay, the prosecution might win today. Okay, she said they were at his home. Okay, so here comes another one. Okay, and she said this happened often. AUSA says, what did he do? Don Richard says he was saying, where the F is my food? He grabbed a black skillet with eggs and tried to hit her over the head. Cassie dropped to the ground. AUSA said, what did she do? Don Richard said she went into fetal position. I believe it. That's exactly what she did in the hotel video. That's exactly what she did in the hotel video. Okay. This is getting juicy, beloveds. Now, who's going to win this round? So far, the score is tied. One for the prosecution, and one for the defense, as far as I'm concerned. We'll see how this turns out before the day is over. East meets West says they keep describing domestic violence, not RICO. Well, I have to agree. Queen Sam said again, this is DV, not trafficking. Okay. Gravedigger says, you saying Jesus not real? Beloved, I didn't say anything about Jesus not being real. Okay. I said scriptures in the Bible. Let's not paint narratives. Okay. I never said Jesus wasn't real. And in fact, I think I said just a few days ago, wait a minute, hold on. Let's pause. At the end of my broadcast, what do I say every day? I say, and above all else, always keep the Most High first in your life. Okay, so if I believe in the Most High, I would think that it's safe to assume I also believe in Jesus. Okay. Now, with that being said, I don't think his name is Jesus. I think his name is Yeshua. Okay, that's what I think his name is, because the letter J wasn't even invented until 500 years ago. And Jesus walked the earth a whole eon ago. Okay, in the age of Pisces. This is why you see people riding around with their cars with a little fish emblem on the back. That's what it represents, the age of Pisces. But now we're in the age of Aquarius, and this is the time for awakening and things being revealed, and all truths hidden are coming to the surface. Okay, please pay attention. Now, with that all being said, of course I believe in Jesus. Jesus is the reason for the season, honey. But I don't believe that Jesus' birthday is December 25th. I just don't. Okay, he was born during the spring equinox, not the winter solstice. Okay, that being said, here is the next thing from CNN. Benda's off the stand. Hold on. Okay, Dawn Richard, this is 5 minutes ago. Dawn Richard said she worked for Sean Diddy Combs from 2004 to 2011. Richard, now they just said 2009 to 2011 in the inner city press. Nevertheless, Richard says that she said she has known Combs as Puff, and when asked, pointed to him to identify him in the courtroom. Richard said she saw Cassie Ventura being attacked by him in 2009. He came downstairs screaming belligerent, asking where his food was. And then she says he kicked her, or he proceeded to hit her over the head, and kicked her, and beat her to the ground in front of us, she testified. I don't think this should be any surprise for anyone, because at this point we know that Diddy's violent. Even his former attorney, who's advising his counsel now, Mark Garagos, and who's also a friend of his, he even said himself that Diddy was violent. Okay? He even said that Diddy was violent himself, so. So clearly that's nothing new, is all I'm saying. Okay, so we're waiting for more things to come up. Okay, so let's go back to in front of the courthouse. Meanwhile, I'm going to be looking for some other videos. Here we go, beloveds. Likes up. Please like and share. Thank you in advance. Let me see what's trending, because we don't want to miss any breaking news. You know, there could be some other breaking news going on while we're sitting here talking about Diddy all day, right? Let's see what's popping off. You all just don't know how glad I am today is Friday, because here's the thing. This is very taxing. Okay, even though it's all juicy and everything, it's a lot of work getting up doing these lives, literally on live for 8 hours each day, just about 8 hours for the first half and then the second half at the end of the day. Okay, let me see here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, and let me say this about Carmelo Anthony. For those of you who are interested in the update on him, I tried to find some more information to see what's going on with him. So here's the good news. I did see a report that, in fact, he's going to be allowed to graduate from his school. Now, remember, at first they said he wasn't going to be able to graduate and all that stuff. But so now they're saying that he's absolutely going to be able to graduate from his school. So I was glad to hear that. Okay, I hope everything works out for this young man, because I absolutely think that was self-defense at the end of the day. Sheriff investigating possible inside job in jail break-in. Somebody broke into jail? What's going on here? Please tell me this wasn't in Atlanta. Okay, thank you. It was in New Orleans. 10 inmates escaped. Wait a minute. Are y'all hearing this? Not 10 whole inmates escaped. I think we might need to be concerned, folks. I'm going to go to this video because this is all definitely nefarious as far as I'm concerned. This all sounds real nefarious. Hold on. I'm going to stop the share for just a second. I want to see what's going on with this. 10 inmates escaped. Where the hell they think they're going? You know they're going to get caught because, first of all, 10 of y'all, there's nowhere for y'all to hide. Okay? There's absolutely nowhere for them to hide as far as I'm concerned. Hold on, let me send this to my email. Sheriff investigating possible inside job. Please don't tell me that some employee there has aided these fools in escaping and risking their livelihood and freedom. Remember that lady? Do you all remember that lady a few years ago who helped that inmate escape? Oh my Lord, it was so sad and tragic. I mean, clearly she was crazy and just a fool for love. She had a whole husband, if I'm not mistaken, but she was in love with this inmate and helped him to escape. And then Gravedigger said, I love you. Queen. I love you too, beloved. Thank you. So she basically, East meets West says the Bible can be allegorical. Men have no, hold on. This chat's moving kind of quick. Hold on. Says the Bible can be allegorical. Men have no missing rib. Speaking of rib, let me tell you something else that the Most High showed me. And I didn't read this anywhere. So in the Bible, when they talk about Eve being made from Adam's rib, I want y'all to pay attention to something. What are we all made from? Where do we all come from? We come from DNA, from our parents' DNA, right? So that all being said, here's the thing. Have you all ever looked at the word DNA? I mean, the real name for it. Let me show you all this. Deoxyribonucleic acid. Hold on. Deoxyribonucleic acid. Okay. Let me show you all something that's very interesting. Now, I want y'all to look at this because nobody told me this. I never read it. Like I said, the Most High showed me this in a dream. Okay, can you all see that? Now look at this word. This is what DNA is. Deoxyribonucleic acid. You see the word rib right there in the center? Y'all don't find that interesting? Y'all don't think that's why they said God created Eve from Adam's rib in the Bible? It's a whole allegory because the rib that they're talking about came from your DNA because that's where we all came from. Please pay attention, okay? Please pay attention. I want y'all to think about that. And also, you know, RNA, right, which is our messenger cells, our messenger DNA, that also has the word rib at the beginning of it, ribonucleic acid. All right, so please pay attention. At the end of the day. Okay, so now that being said, let's look at this video because this sounds real crazy. Why are you helping inmates escape? Hold on. Is this it right here? Okay, here's what they say. 10 inmates escaped the New Orleans Justice Center around midnight early Friday, May 16th, early in the morning. Okay, Fox 8 obtained a photo of a hole in the wall of the jail where the inmates reportedly escaped. Scribbled around the hole are messages including too sick, easy, LOL. Too sick, easy, LOL. Catch us when you can. We innocent. Most hated 9. And then a bunch of profanity. This is all nefarious. They said, catch us when you can. The 11 inmates escaped from a hole in the wall of a cell in Orleans Parish Jail on Friday. Sheriff Susan Hudson said the escape was discovered during a routine head count at 8:30 a.m. Honey, they were way long gone, honey. They left at midnight. The jail was placed on full lockdown as a result of the escapes. The escapees were identified as Antoine Massey. He was in jail for domestic abuse, theft, and kidnapping and rape. Linton Van Buren, illegal carrying of a weapon. Leo Tate, burglary, illegal carrying of a weapon. Kendall Miles, intentional concealment of a weapon. Derek Groves, murder, an attempted murder. Ooh, honey, please catch him. Jermaine Donald, murder, aggravated battery. Okay, this is not good. Corey Boyd, murder, attempted murder, aggravated battery. Gary Price, 3 counts of attempted murder. Ooh, honey, please catch them all. They're nefarious. Robert Moody and DeCanon Dennis. They don't say what those two did. Maybe it was too nefarious to mention. But at the end of the day, this is all so crazy. Let me show you some of their faces. Hold on. Did some of them get caught? Hold on. Wait a second. What's this going on here? Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the pictures in a second. But it says their charges range from illegal weapons possession to murder, according to court documents. They're all considered to be armed and dangerous. Someone clearly dropped the ball, and there's no excuse for this. This is what Attorney General Liz Muriel said in a statement. An 11th inmate, Keith Lewis, was initially reported as escaped in error. Okay, so there is still 10. Sheriff Hudson said he was moved within the facility and was later accounted for. Sheriff Hudson blamed, in part, detective locks on cell doors. She says she has advocated for money from the city council to upgrade the facilities. She says a monitor was in the pod where the inmates yanked a cell door and breached a wall behind a toilet around 1 a.m. Nefarious, honey. The inmates exited a door normally used for supplies, then scaled a wall and crossed I-10. These people are clearly desperate. There's no telling what they're going to do. Everybody needs to lock their doors and be on point. She says information indicates the escapees may have received assistance from individuals inside OPSO. That's the facility. An internal investigation is underway. Miles was located beneath a car in a parking garage at the Hotel Monteleone in the French Quarters. A source tells Fox 8 that Miles was spotted in the area using facial recognition technology on a Project NOLA camera. He's looking so forlorn now that he's caught, you guys. Okay, Miles was previously accused of escaping the Bridge City Center for Youth and shooting 59-year-old Scott Taubes in Uptown. His case was tossed in February of 2023 after the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office missed a deadline. Massey also has a history of escapes. How does this man keep getting out? Groves is the only escapee convicted of his crimes. He fatally shot 2 people in 2018 in a mass shooting on Mardi Gras in the Lower 9th Ward. Honey, these people need to be caught quick, fast, and in a hurry. Now, I'm going to share my screen so you all can see what they have going on here. Do y'all hear this? Somebody definitely helped them from the inside. There's no way all of them got together and just found a way to get out. I don't believe it. Okay, there hasn't been any such thing since Alcatraz, in my opinion. Okay, so here it is right here. This is what they had time. Like, you know, you're doing the most. You look at it, OPSO, most hated 9. And they used that to make the face of this. And then they said, I'm innocent. Too easy, LOL. Catch us when you can. Taunting the police, no less. They know they're going to get caught. They're just out trying to have some fresh air and fun before it goes down. I would think. Look at this. Somebody help them do this crap. Here's one of them right here. Okay, this is, I don't know which one this is, doesn't say. But here's one. His name is Antoine Massey. Tattoos all over his face. Where was he going? He knew he was going to get caught from the get-go. He's going to be caught soon. You have all those tattoos on your face, very distinguishable. There's not far that you can run, sir. And this is the fool that got caught already 3 hours ago. Okay, he needs to sit down somewhere. Look at him looking forlorn. Don't look forlorn now, sir. Okay, don't look forlorn now. Oh, this is all crazy. Y'all hear that? Honey, this is why I make sure that no matter where I go and what I do, that Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson are my bodyguards, okay? Please pay attention. You never know what's going to go down, honey. All right? And for some reason, the thugs and criminals from New Orleans sometimes show up in Atlanta, okay? This is where they come. Okay, so it's 5 o'clock. My, how the time has flown. Okay, so let's get to these last few, and then we're out of here for the day, beloveds. Don't forget, I'll be back at 9 o'clock tonight with more updates and information after I get it all from my source that's inside. Okay, so here is the last of it. Prosecutors called Don Richard, a former Danny King. Okay, we got all that. Okay. So 8 minutes ago, Don Richard said she worked for Combs. His nickname was Puff. She knew about Ventura. He beat her about the eggs and his food not been ready. It didn't seem to really hit her. This is what she said. It didn't seem to really hit her. She said Cassie dropped to the ground because she anticipated the hit. She went into fetal position. Okay, so we read that. Now, former Danny Kane member Don Richard testified that after she witnessed the altercation in the kitchen, Sean Diddy Combs dragged Cassie Ventura upstairs by her hair, his arm around her neck. She said she heard glass breaking and yelling from the upstairs. Richard said she didn't say anything to intervene or call the police because she was afraid. She said she was scared to do anything in fear of what might happen or what that might mean to me. For what that might mean to me too. That's what she said. Okay, now 5 minutes ago, they said the jury is dismissed for the day. Judge Aaron Subramaniam dismissed the jury for the day, telling them the parties would stay behind to work after calling a sidebar over a defense objection to former Danny Kane singer Don Richard's description of Sean Combs' threats. Okay, so that's it. That is it, beloveds. Jay Gray said exactly, Queen, Mr. Smith and Mr. Weston and their cousin, Mr. Ruger. Okay, I know that's right. Okay, so let's go to the live outside the courthouse so we can see who's leaving and what's going on here. The day is over for court. I hope you all enjoyed it. It wasn't as exciting as yesterday because yesterday was a whole lot more tea spilled, but nonetheless, still interesting.
The defense tried to imply that money was tight for her at the time and asked her if the reason why she canceled her scheduled tour overseas was because she now had millions of dollars. She responded by testifying and crying on the stand, saying, "I'd give that money back if I never had to have freak-offs. If I never had to have freak-offs, I would have had agency and autonomy, and I wouldn't have had to work so hard to get it back." Her husband left the courthouse after sitting through testimony nearly all week, listening to his wife detail all the alleged sexual abuse she endured over 11 years. An audio recording was also played in court of her confronting someone named Sujit, who said they had video on their phone of Cassie pleasuring herself and having sex with someone who wasn't Diddy. More texts between Diddy and Cassie were shown of Cassie showing enthusiasm for the freak-offs, not something she said she wanted to do, but did it to please Diddy as her career took a backseat, saying it became like another job, setting up the freak-offs, preparing for them, and recovering from them. Cassie also testified that she went to rehab for opiate addiction and still takes medication for it. One of Cassie's lawyers spoke out after she wrapped testimony.
Wow. Also interesting, another interesting day. So we're going to see how it all pans out. You all stay tuned because we'll be right back at it next week. And I'll be back at 9 o'clock. Vince I am said, why does she look like a ventriloquist doll with that makeup? I was thinking the same thing, that she almost looks like AI. I was literally thinking that she looks like AI.
And her husband, Alex Fine, released this statement in part saying, "I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons that only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her and as she has loved me." And Cassie also in part releasing this statement, "This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear." Cassie also revealed that she received $10 million from another settlement involving Intercontinental, the hotel where she was captured on TV, on surveillance video rather, being beat and dragged and kicked by Diddy. Now, through her lawyer, she adds that she's asking for privacy at this time as she prepares for the end of her pregnancy and her growing family. We're live outside federal court. Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
All right, there you all have it. So listen, I'm going to mute this so we can go back to the last reports from the inner city press. So 11 minutes ago, they said back from sidebar, Judge Subramaniam says, jurors, you can leave for the weekend. Watch the Yankees play the Mets or the Knicks. If you're not into sports, there's a lot going on. See you Monday. Judge says, Mr. Richard, you can leave. It should be Miss Richard. That's clearly a typo. Says, Miss Richard, you can leave. Judge says about this line of testimony, AUSA Comey says, this shows consciousness of guilt for count 1 and relevant to count 2. Agnifilo says, it's not S trafficking, it's domestic violence. That's what Agnifilo says. That's what it sounds like to me, is domestic violence. Sorry, that's what it sounds like. Judge says, why didn't you bring a motion and eliminate on this? Agnifilo says, I didn't know. Mark Agnifilo, what are you talking about, sir? What are you talking about? He says he didn't know. Okay, I'm calling Cap. Okay, I'm calling Cap. What's he talking about? Oh, anyway, let's go to the next one. He's saying that it's domestic violence. Now, it looks like that's the last thing. Hold on. Okay. He definitely should have done that. I don't know what he was thinking. What is he talking about? I didn't know. How could you not know? So bringing a motion to eliminate, as I told you all before, is basically when you bring up an issue at the beginning. Okay? If there is an issue, you bring it up at the beginning, not the end. Mark Agnifilo. All right, he should have filed all of this. That's his own thought. So please sit down somewhere. I bet Diddy doesn't give him a hug at the end of the day. Okay, Sandra says, Cassie speaking to survivors who are hot in the ass like herself and with low self-esteem. Oh, let's not go in on her. She did the best she could do, but at the end of the day, I just wish she had not said certain things, because that just made it look like it just didn't look good. Alberta says, Queen, enjoy the rest of your day. See you around 9. Always a great broadcast. Thanks for the tea. You're welcome, beloved. Okay. Queen Sam says, Queen, you've worked hard, extra hard this week, and we appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Marie Rose says, what would we find if Alex was tested for substance? Well, I would hope that he and Cassie are not doing illegal substances. You know, I don't think they are, because I think if they were having some sort of substance issues, that the children would not be born so healthy. They might likely be born, you know, with substances in their system. And that would mean that the state would take their children. And they do, by the way, have some beautiful, beautiful children. So I don't think they're still doing anything like that. Unfortunately for Diddy, he still just couldn't get over it. He still was doing illegal substances until he was arrested. Now, Chosen One said, this has been a long week, but juicy. Thanks. Thank you, Queen. You're welcome, beloved. Okay, so listen, I love you all to life. I hope you enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. I will be back, in fact, with more information later on at about 9 o'clock. So make sure you tune in. Tomorrow, we're going to be live for the members. Now, mind you, for the rest of you, I'm going to be live for you all too tomorrow. But I'm going to do something for the members probably first, when we have that review of the movie Sinners. That movie creeped me the hell out. Y'all hear what I'm telling you? That movie creeped me out. But let me tell you something. I am absolutely here for Michael B. Jordan and anything that he's in. Michael B. Jordan is the cream of the crop when it comes to actors, as far as I'm concerned. And listen, how many of you remember Michael B. Jordan when he was a little boy? How many of you remember the movie that he played in when he was a little boy? If you do, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Monique says, Queen, I appreciate the work you have put in, but I would love to know about Wendy Williams, what Wendy Williams has to say. Oh, honey, I would too, because you know she's the first that exposed Diddy for being zesty back in the day. Okay, and then got fired, honey. I would love to know what she has to say too. I actually miss Wendy. RK says, I had a fun day at work with you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, beloved. You have a great weekend too. Okay, above all that drama says, outstanding broadcast, Queen. Thank you. All right, so I love you all. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, you're all awesome and wonderful. And I will see you all at 9 o'clock tonight. Okay, if you don't get a notification, you know what to do. Just pop up to the channel, because I'm going to post that link right after I get off of here. Okay, so everyone enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. Each one teach one. That's how we grow and thrive. Do something productive, constructive, but never destructive. And always remember, beloveds, to keep the Most High first in your lives. Until next time, peace. Oh, I forgot that I asked that question. I see you all putting ones in the chat and somebody said it. Hardball. That's it. Hardball. That's absolutely it. Nicole said, Queen, don't forget about my boo, Chris Brown. Oh, Chris Brown, is he still in jail? I'll do some research on him, okay, before I come back. All right. So anyway, love you all to life. Y'all enjoy the rest of this day. And it was hardball. Ever since Michael B. Jordan was a little kid, I always enjoyed him. He was always a good actor, and he's only gotten better over the years. All right, so peace, everybody. See you at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Hey, yo, Nick, hit him with that flavor. All in my skin, God all in my blood. Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you're done. They show no love for the queen, why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Kunta. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I want all the smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. That's See right. A bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all at Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh while these haters get madder. So nefarious how they don't want my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on they necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people awaken, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece, this time I'm playing for keeps. You talking slick, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood. Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood. Kings all in my circle, you touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got